this can be a if the need arises. 3. Dear Mampany be a 24-hour economy no. A private partnership. PPP. Enti enya dia obe fiti preko pese onu na ebe front to industries no. Enti ewasi enya ready homegrown investors. Ghanaian investors ya. Onu ma ye ready say dear President Mahama Ediba 24-hour economy no. Oma fishi emu areas be say they will go there and make a change. Ain't it for him to let us say, ye beti asempa ediafa how the 24-hour economy will roll out.
Okay.
2, ye beti ni epesi yeti asempa how every Ghanaian to participate in the 24-hour economy. 3, ye pese yeti say 24-hour economy no. Ebetimia mana for failing the mandate for which we voted for him. You for no do no one more pay juma. And a 24-hour economy, baby, our industries will be no. KOJO Broni na di suku bae. Broni no di suku bae ya. Wasi degree di nyina. Ghana foko no kroma. Edi ebe ejuma eni ekoye. Ya anya ejuma o factory. Ya be prapra. Ya mprapra. Ehwehwemu kra se wo ye doctor. Ewo ha. Na se ya trading wa abrochira. System netimi agada. Ya be more care for them. Enti die ebe wie ni say 24-hour economy no ebe bie akwanya kese. It is expected at home ama youth dodo a epe akwanya enyamu adwuma wono manya bi. One other expectation obi be can say value chain ecosystem. KOJO sesia menewo kase
Michelle, value chain no me pese me ba ho abedi nkomo kaka nti me dame hu biu na yatoa so ye hwe say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ebe komrahye bedwam na ode the State of the Nation address no abre me basesia.
My brothers and sisters, my expectations of me and my government. The arrogance of power that you so much abhor will be a thing of the past. I will enforce and demand the highest standards of performance from those I have chosen to work with me to improve the circumstances of our country. I'll publish a code of conduct that they will be strictly made to abide by. Mr. Speaker, admit that the entire economic value chain is currently in the internal ICU, in the ICU. As I recall mentioning a few intensive care units, as I recall mentioning a few years ago when we were still in opposition, the economy is even worse than we had envisaged. But this gives us ample opportunities to resuscitate it. And so what are the key takeaways from me for the people of Ghana? 1, that we shall fight corruption effectively. 2, that we shall run a lean government of no more than 60 ministers. 3, that we shall realign the ministries, agencies, and departments to eliminate duplication. 4, that will introduce austerity, reduce wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collection. 5, that we shall widen Ghana's taxes, reform tax to our homegrown solutions. 6, that we will grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced here in Ghana. Your voice and contributions will prove invaluable on this journey of national reset. We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the cusp of making history. The history of a country that prioritizes transparency and accountability as key elements of governance. During my campaign for president, I pledged, as captured by the NDC's 2024 manifesto, to take a strong stance against corruption. Mr. Speaker, we must end state capture. Mr. Speaker, public assets, such as land and other immovable assets, by members of the political class. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to fight corruption head-on by implementing Operation Recover All the Loot, ORAL. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, one of the first committees I established, even before my investiture as president, was to establish. It is instructive to announce that the committee received
Mahama na odin komo eka oral ho asem na oka fighting corruption head on. Anopay yehwe se enema obobo so no oba the state of the nation address a obedi ho komo na wama yehu se de ete ana mezambonza na odin komo bia oya mache
Mijosminia.
Afisia Panso.
I think committee.
Didn't come over the share.
Enocro.
So, where?
Oh, Yamiadu.
The Busiana.
KOJO inti ansa ne ye be kono. Na me di nkomo bi afa 24-hour economy. Na baby a medru no eye. The whole the broni freno whole value chain ecosystem. Na yeka value chain ecosystem na ye I refer to say who set up an industry. Now within the industry no ube here raw materials the aye juma. Enti yebe share from wanum ena ebe produce those raw materials no. So for example, you want to set up tomato factory ewo Ghana ha. Ara ho seme wo ni say Ghana 75,000 tons of tomatoes and a bo me. Sika yedi free Ghana ede kwa manoni ekoto in dollar terms no of KOJO so the tax any bibia kan 5.7 billion US dollars. Ene yedi kwa manoni koto ntos eba. Na manoni kro yi so America no enya manoni bia se Burkina Faso, Niger, any Togo to some extent. Enti say ye ka value chain na chere say there will be a factory. There will come ye be produce ntos no. Say ye canaria when the best supply comes na maye. Handling one ma ye di won be ye adwuma no. Sa factory no e betimi afa nipa tomato factory baako ewo ha. Necessary tomato factory no e produce tomato paste ya. It means say yanhwe kra no ye behwehwe be se nipa be 200 to do the handling in a factory. Enti various regions of Ghana. Here was such factories Mako 5. 200 times 5. KOJO, one of waste ya mehu wo Africa ni Ghana hapa ni labor waste. Se wo sori anopa na wo free wo fie o nyuma se eye social waste. French for Kassebi. Voici il faut manger pour vivre, mais il faut pas vivre pour manger. was say would didi na wo level na any kwan say wo level na di na wunya ye no was say the output be ba labor in we are experiencing a lot of labor waste because the jobs are not there.
And you are expecting the president in the State of the Nation address, no? Ebe use 24-hour, no?
Address the unemployment situation. That is one. The other expectation that most of us are concerned about, ekwa abemu kobo omane krono. KOJO we dangerous. Sadia making a dangerous sin say without them ya be 2 meter dwane. Ofa KOJO enhwehwemu akire ya me yahunu say afibia no oma konkro Ghana every $3 billion. Na sika ya na mebo bono $1 billion yi no. Saudi ba Ghana sika mu a ofa KOJO enyuma ebetimi abie no edos. On the aggregate, so we can corrupt cases. Sebe enam ye politicians so ma ehreya ekwa be se e dia ho kire over taxation. Baby a tax nie ye disika dinti e be kwa kofa e dia behye amoma no ho akire.
Mame enko lawyer ho mesan aba. Lawyer State of the Nation address. What I can say bibia da ye to say budget say eba. But ohwe kwan Ghana for far so to aba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama na expectations no ewosoro. One of the concerns was the Juma Asem. Obeka say in the 1 year the issues of unemployment bibia waman eni akoho anase the State of the Nation address ya ebe na o hwe so be address ne meteta.
Yo KOJO me dase. It said we di kan yen. Eba address to the nation. Our mampani ye no a. Emra na hye no. Constitution na hye no say e was ye. We kan article 67 na. President say Parliament session bia so Parliament almost session na ya also mampani to Parliament anim o minor say bia pompon so a edru na afi de enisuade hunu a ewo ho I say ye bia afia edi anim nti Yehu se president ikoye sa ade no a enye ne pe so ti ase obekoso aya now KOJO se adwuma wo ho ana adwuma ni ho de ya ade a de bia roni bese an ongoing process enti ma o man bia ni ho a wo Africa ha titru business in progress. Asudie. And then I said, yes, sir. The onu betimi aye. Ama as a numa eni hono. I was a buying a creative say numa. I don't know. So be a junior and sa. Na me nyini so te. Yo kana se papa.
Eni say ban the creative man.
Dabi. Enya ban kwa na wo say creative enuma no. Aban ntimi nye. Ebi kura nsi da. Ewi ase nyina ebi nsi da. Aban na creative. Dabi ukọ baby a omo aman no enkan ko no wo soro a. Nya aban na the biggest employer. Ba ye die kura enyi. Enya aban na the biggest employer. So that's it. Ha, enti say adwinche no kwa abontine ko wie say de say aban and there was say o create jobs bi wo baby. Yes, we are there aban wo the jobs bi a be create. but the here pan say aban be nhyehyɛ a ankurankura kojo me say me set up business a me nkwan no business
Dabi.
who set up business a nkwan na be business
Dabi.
TV a ti sisi e aban adwuma woni nipa TV a aban ntino nipa e adwuma wa ha
Okay.
se TV ni hɔ a saafo no ebi omo nya adwuma se no mo ye adwuma mpo a mo fi baabi na aba ha be mo free no to kuro bi abeda hɔ nti obi so onya adwuma no obetuma yɛ sa adwuma no oba akɔhyɛ hɔ ana meboa makasa yen a oman Ghana the informal sector nkofo ayi omo adwuma oyɛ tailor ni oyɛ oyɛ taxi driver oyɛ Uber driver tombodie otombanchi tontonema wodwom saafo no ne dɔɔso nti sɛ yɛde ni bu aban na ya ka kyerɛ sɛ aban enye bibi a yɛ nhyehyɛ pa a ɛwɔ sɛ aban yɛ na meme no yɛbɛtumi take advantage ojo usoro a wotia wadwuma a woyɛ nie wonyini sɛ wo poultry farm wɔ baabi a nkɔfoɔ na bɛyɛ adwuma na ma na watwa omuka
Pepe.
adwuma no mo yɛ no ata dem ga ta sɛ sɛ me cocoa farm bi wɔ baabi a nipa wɔ cocoa farm no so mo yɛ adwuma no ama me no me yɛ kuani all right nanso so me nko me ntimi nyɛ adwuma no ntino na me twa omuka to mo yɛ adwuma ata o ti dem ga na sɛ me set up my office Ojo me examine me hu nansi en ka je me se me set up officer office no enya dia betuma betum ho de bia eye obi se office manager ana na ese fa no ese fa e bia cleaner ese fa bia messenger ise me bie officer man fa kura bia ma fa nipa me yansa Ara o te de make na se. Nti wo say adwen no kɔ nhyehyɛ pa a ebema ankura ebia adwuma a ombenya anigye de abie sɛ adwuma no. Na adwuma na tumi akɔso na omomfa so yɛ so nya mogya bi. Omomboa omomma yɛ adwuma no. Ɛso aboa wo mu. Ɛno na graduate ani aban nyina no yɛ ti nipa pe adwuma so omunya bi no na ye ti so
Lawyer mame emma ne say wo hwe yo television no so a enema ekoso wo mrahye bedwam bra ye boaboa ye ho say ye ne mampani ebetie no na ye de nkomo aba no eno na ewo nchen bra lawyer kasa no
ha na ade ba ko ha adwene ade bia mo ho na metia the two political party supporters omo party ba ban mu a na me nya ahwe ye mam appointment ja aban bi beba obetumi ama ye mfa se the political party nkwanpo a
obetumi ama
edwuma bi a ejenipa na e kasa no so na ye mefere wonim de no wai enti untimi nye bibia apart from aban edwuma nko a enti eno it's not shameful. Yes, school I see a call be nyina se entimi emfa ya dwene enye ne ma bi ojo bi de mi kan e bi a aban aba okay program be na aba e say o ko konkinkiti program bi wo ho so ba so ye poultry farming na what I say ye nyina ya ho de nyepe bi a wo ye starter wo afa na apese wura mu bikwa na ebi a wotie wonfi afichi na de be hyase ahwese onsa kabi ne be yi a obi wo so a asase woni asase na wo sabi ni krom na kura ase a wotie obi wo tikumase ya ifie fish farm obetuma ye oni fie no ene so oni so fish farm yi unhia to tifom
akese
o ja se sai nipa no ai nwini saa niema no ho Oba kwotena office am ye twa ne ka bosume. Ene wonim se nkofo ye adwuma office. Omo na ye hiafo wo Ghana. Jade ntina obi wie university a. Na na adwene nyina se adwuma eye de aban afa wo ana woti office bi na wo ye. Yana ye mo akra. Minka se menwene hu se wo pese oye adwuma officer enye. Na wo twen saa de na emma no. Na obetuma ye bibi kura na wasa afa obi. Wodum se mitu obi fumre bi ana emfa se ni di nkom mre bi. So of adwuma se ya. Na muzanse na unya bie no. Di anamo na utu. Oyo anya sampapa bi anka. Ba de ko wie ne se meni di nkomo a meka che ne se o. So obenya baabi na otomponche ema yenu. Monya bema ba plan de bia one de osore a ompa aduane mu omunni. No onhwe de be firim aba. So omomunni kakra kwa no oton wo mu a obohu se sika a ode start ye no. Enye noa na onya. Ojo unim say the last time we share nipa no ache de won ponchi no 67 as saying. Yes. And mbuza say 90 say ponchi unya adwuma wo office na be ya ojo so ompe afeno start ki catch me teacher for etu omuka say we etu omuka say me chimponchi say na me ton a no yes analysis ni kire me. And I was so happy. So back where ye aban adwuma kra na say adwuma e betwa ne ka boso me kra we ni ye a side business a ojo oh yeah so no akwa ntimi hwa enye obi no be fa ne say omeye.
Parliament is also entering the chamber. We are still waiting for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
So
but maybe the concentration here aban creating an enabling environment.
So na make enya aban no creating nyuma because aban ntimi creating nyuma.
Yeah.
What you say? Ye tia sesi se na obi ebutai ni say President Mahama ebeba na wonya minister dia. Then the party manifesto kura ka chen say hey nipa 60 na e bit me affairs ministers deputy ministers ana meboa.
Aye.
It is any pano na say bibia ba wi ya manana. There be me feel say akonya e wo say nipa pe eni start bibi kitua bi no ene wo say ye mududu no a ye mani hia ye the open office aduma on train but enye ho nko an aduma no wo kuayo no a ye ntosi wo so a bayie nti wa ope bi no asase no ebi a 1 acre bia taku a na asesemfo a ye de hanwa we hia taku we hia semfo na wo de aduadua nema no saa nema ni nyina ye be ma wo as bisia ya vancha wo untosi ni ba to ta se na ya jintosi ni bi dia ti saa kan nanka buffer stock a ya ti se ye wo enima bi edigu nanka ya critical saa nema ni bi a ebetu dia store aban toast na dia kan oton a e o mfaso na ye bibi e fe no revolving fund. So long as also be here in toast ni there. Sa emwa no a e wo se aban de ma o e bi a true banks ne sa anima no e wo ho.
But lawyer, in that arrangement, and then I will share say mampeni be kan ho asem in solving the problems of unemployment.
Oh, sir. Oh, sir, the me kan enya de fufuro.
Yeah.
President Mahama woni your politicians sabi o madwumu da ho nyina enim. The me hwe anim ni say ya akwanya eba beda ho through a number of programs ebi a washa ase ana ode ebeba na ebema wo mo pe adwuma aye ana mo pe bi aye aka ho no ebema mo ni so ade hope say ana ni da so say say ha no bua me hu yi na me kowura ho a bia metmenya insano aduane ana metmenya taku ana asempo bi e dia ka me sika bia bi wo ho dada ho e ya kwanya no
ene se ba
oh yeah so oni nkofo di nkoma obu ho a startup oh na ya dwene e de ti o mu ha efri elembanza and let's fourth republic enya adwempa yene e bomo mu di yesu ni nyina ni adwempa pa onim di intra
kachire
so beka President Rollins time ye wo poverty alleviation fund okay na sa fund we no na afoto we no na esika bi a ye say a revolving fund any saying e the amount na obetua ye the ama amponsa na amponsa so di ye no so tua na se ekoba na eboa ye nyina mi akra betimi asa akwa gibi ye gia na ya mana kwa ye say maba na wo power ena wuna wudade na nsusu no uso adwina sese miminti no na mintimi nyire untimi nyire menye
zi na every party back
na fi aye eka medika so bia na meka afi ska no ashe after Jerry Rollins President Kufuor ban Maslow kia uhuhu eye saa na ekoso oti enti se ya nhwe niema bi ye enu nti na aduru bi no mo de ma banks na oma disburse ana omo wa ohia no ko bank ho a no no wa ye hihye di bank ho no akwa gye no wa ntua bank ho ni nim kwan a omo do be fa so saa niema ni bi na kojo e o se ye ni ye eni akonya ni wo ho na so unkofa no de obi nhye obi wa ka jen so nkoye kua office wa ko school ndi nkoye kua na so ganipa akọ school no ene sese koye kua
the last state of the nation address amampani eka ho asem no or raise the issue about Ora and says that even before he was sworn in na wahye dwuma bi ase obeka say in the last year the issues about corruption fighting corruption were two anamon when
you see yeah corruption where memu han once again enya de foforo me you set up Ora na me hu ya ni che say de nkofo adwene ye o mo say entwa yi ojo adwene ye o say bibi ntwa yi ani che so automatically ntwa yi
okay
nti enya information ni nyina wie na say afedi edru ebunu e wo se hwehwemu na ehu se ampa enyina so ho ne etu anamo ne wo we de se na nya so bia kwa ni so e de to nchen na mum say over the years corruption aye ongoing fight at least me obenya examples ba ko miensa bi a e de nkofo e koba ohu de ekoso wo yoko ohu de ekoso special prosecutors office of the special prosecutor ohu de ekoso court but what to the make an answer ena ohu say obi ji say owura kan ofurata on person over Ghana abe stand trial ananu ohu
ye hu ni na
me madwene me say ono na create sa impression ebi kura over Ghana na u face the so face a fi ebi kura bibia anim na akwa say de yake etete no abontin ya enti wo ye den a obete ana mate ana mahu eniema efa corruption fight ho a koso as to say enough so ya na say bia ne dodo na ewo ho na ekoso no ya na say nye ne de bonu be subjective the how be si hu no because corruption and started and corruption fight and started see e ku keta se no and started nra and started President Mahama Breso. What did I make an say? In fact, Mitaka Assembia, who writes Yamson, and I told me to
former Unilever boss.
Yeah. I just said 2007 over we go New Year's school Lego. And I or train Agnes to say if you come in Kruma Breso, ebesi sabre na o kasa no aban bi a ba ko bia eniema ye de bodachi kese pa ba ko ye ketase hye abrof ye friend corruption o se no na di aban bi ba and the aban eko pi no obi e ba sabi esika sma ne basa no kan ko fo bi esika ko fo di esika ya so bi ne bi ko so a enye nanso so ekoba sa aban no onya ba wie no wo sha ase etu anamo ese otu bia na okwa corruption ka ho ye ko President Rawlings under this fourth republic what the corruption allegations and otia on na ban okoye President Kufuor by President Kufuor what the corruption allegations are edo mo koye ni nyina asusu no na omo opponents na e ka sa corruption sam no e che se kedia omo ba omo so de nka nema edo mo ko no bi ka corruption ka ho President Mahama by na anti corruption say ebimuku adi twa anyum corruption ka ho na President Mahama 1 ekoye for Dubai obi na ganjo corruption edi no koye o ja say enti omu nyina e ba nsem no a ye kama sabi eto Ghana fo tiri mi ye to aba na eye isika semu a yenye ni yie ye ba ye behwe ni ako a wo mo enye die nti ye ti a ye Ghana fo nso ye pe empesi sika be ba so because kojo unu obi ye teacher ni unu obi ye journalist unu obi ye doctor unu obi ye lawyer no kura politics whether as MP or minister or GC or chief executive now the life assistant all of a sudden obi nkasa okoye adwuma na sabe the free odwuma no ba no ma odi ya woni bi wo but in such a ni bi wo ho a nkofo timi di o ma ne bu se na wo kura wa katua yesen yemfa ne se ye ntew afi ni nyina ebi agi 2 cedis bosu bi agi 2 cedis wo yemfa ntete kwanto nche afi ni nyina 24 cedis 24 cedis ain't mean toka 24 cedis ain't mean sit down what does it you be hear na KOJO tikem okay bi na office na the man KOJO yiri tikem na yiri so okay bi na mo le toy no le toy a afi no nyina no salary ni bit matter saka no nanko first start bisa and these are genuine questions because na wuni sa ni mani bi afintem wo sa ni mani bi senkofo bisa no mo anhu se obi a wadwuma no na edi sa ni mani mawo ne ko wie se ene KOJO na ne to ya ana KOJO yira no wonya adwuma no on na ese se wato a ko fa adwunu eyo mo se ana corruption so no we be say perceptional KOJO mpa bo shi se mpa bo 5,000 Ghana cedis ma ye adwuma bo so mienu ana miensa ma famen san ka me pay a ansa na metimi ato sa shu na me KOJO was the same situation then sa mpa bo timi to what I say December wale nye fake a F4 nti wetumi ato na ye papa no a ne buo no a di no enim no then the person will begin to look at you and say no and the KOJO must be doing something or ye bibia entemy on how perception of corruption is iba oni ye ncheo but analysis na all ye dey kire say onya nyina so bi e kire say o ye nyama bi a wadwuma ne ntimi mfa ma
Still discussing expectations Sona enkomo a ye wo etie efi mampani aso ye ansa na mesamponsa ebeba no yekwa abonten ne Ghana fo ni bi edi nkomode no mo hwehwe afiri mampanin ho yentie wo mra
He said ye nyina yenim no Ghana mampanyin ekopie mu ewo mrahye bedwafie na wakoye State of the Nation address eno nti yate ye ho agumonten so ya yebusa Ghana fo timamufo se omo asetenam what is the true state of the nation ewo fom eno na ama yebapie mu ewo bantema ene ne mpotemu kumase amoten so na yene nipa hodo no edi nkomo
mampanyin be ya na ogusa woye no so no ogusa woye na see dollar above from so na it all cars so ko ika na the body den and see dollar above from the rest of mampanyin he dollar na above for no he ready to no what is my name to kan na almost be here be no enti nti sumo mo so mentu moto amo so dollar above from send dollar above for ampanan so na no support wa the who difference be here ho so that say ha the best of mampanyin so kwa na okokan ho so ntu ho na mo mai na dollar na above from e man reflect say fe habo na yini ama na enti mra fo no obiaso nyi bitimi ere ntobi obiaso hia ka obedema ya babo no so ni gere no that's kwa
me de nkania rupreja ya ta eni na wochukra wom na asa afa nsuo nso so ya tutu aso so eba ne echina na etwa eba ne echina na etwa eno pa ho aye niam aye ton oba afoforo no last year no etitesu se ya sa kwabo ekonanim kra cha first de ni ewo mu iti amare se no niam ne bo no kura na ehuru kosoro onka ho asempa na nsuo ena ye niam aye tonton afa se KOJO mu a niam aduane wo ho asoso bo no ekosoro ehia adwuma ni ska ehia ska wo man mu because say wo ton ade aye nto enti oboa ye youth fo na ene ye maame no ma ye nyina ye bre odwom ho ene memu ade maye ekwamu de ye pa ye tikro ma kuma se abontire we so aye tie no ekwamu de entie de sa ndi sisam ne de mo de badwom a sa ba bi a wo kore ye kra ye mfa ho wo kwa ye de ensempa o sa wo heka wo de wo koi wo kwa de o papa ya de wo man wa se ba wa be no obeka Missing light, ya bring me prepaid 1 month. 1 month, and I'm top prepaid, my top 100 me, meanwhile, me be my to be Brumba, I have a penny of you. And Shoka, if you have a Shoka, but my name is Timunda, about 7 cities, 8 cities, and none were about 49 cities. Ade, nti wo cancer and ben wo ka wo kwate tezo amayana. Wo kwate wo tezo amayana ni be ya adwene why.
Me dia me yeku ani di me koko na asem nko ani hia me dia no no. Oh, koko bo ne dia omfa sika ne bi nka yo. Na afi ye ntu ayeka wo ntu ayeka. Anu nko ani hia.
Wonye e ma ne moaye ne. Ani koko no a na na ado ton mu no. Sa abre no ne yetimi twade ye maye pa. Etimi sra no wokwa koko no won san fa nkoto de yeda. Ne ladbe no nso no ye sra no a wo ma na mere fo maye. Ne ho kire ye ne ankasa. Ye betena dwomu a ye kofia ne obi ensa gumiti. Ye kura nkwara adan. Ye sra no wontie ne wonya maye.
Hello, sound check. Okay.
You say I'm told you, blah, MPP time. Malaya intent na I am told you, MPP time, I'm saying my body. So they told me to be back and to told me, you mean, sir, brother, me back to me, it's far. Bago kwa bikwa mitimi ntonyo na mekofi antwade wutum nyame nkoa wo chese wotra obiesu ya antwade kokon sika sumi ni koko asu ne di koko sika na koko sika ba ne twade e na de koko sika na ya teso na o masankan sika no e me anto hwe wodomu e no aza metia bese ga ndo kana mitimi ton moto mi nsase e na eche mu fa roba no se manfa bi anko ba bi anko mo obi a aya aboto mitimi nton meta sa ko penu me ya maso ko su ahwo tere na na enam musa
Today na wo hwe no.
Edianse no wonye bibi na o ma yenim akwa yedente o ba ya nto ade o ma na desent wonye hu bibi ma yesra no wonye hu bibi ma na won fa na manwa akwa na bibi nye bibi ya de na yeni ni ho e o ba na ye ya ke na ke pe what I say because I am no so o ba na ye kama again because na ne nto ade no enso ne to ade na to na ne man body na me to mo bag num so na me mani and I blast such a square no me ntimi nto na me to ne konku eti kokoro ne sira no nche amoka na wafa nto de dam ho mu na ma koma nto mo yam no nso me chane nyina agu yesira na yeso nya kokoro sira bi fanya adu esira no o say metal light let to turn na so metal ye ni meet ba na sa me su me meter kane no metal be di 1 month to 50 cities and 50 cities no eti me sa kwani nim sa light no kwa na do se wasan kasa ti enti me be blast ti na da roma wonya hu bibi mai na esa bla boni mai de do nim de betimi aye esira no
yeguso a ye twen se mampani ene ebedi nkomo ye nuanom a won so ehwe se mampani ebeka won se mama won eno no mezamboza the issue about kuku is still bibia nkofo hwe animu se the state of the nation address mampani ebedi hu nkomo then the day to day expenditure electricity water you say oh niema babo from ba ye kodwa so a ye hu sana wo hwe se mampani anopei obey address niema tesana
yo ofa KOJO that's it. Now na me wo the topic of employment and ademaberia maminka the political and the economic structure no ma Ghana for nti say government were both employer and an economic enabler. Say ye can employer KOJO sector no ye was service sector eye wono ma eye cerebral works no omo adwenim adwuma ti okwa ye wo health sector ye wo education sector ye wo legal sector ye wo security sector therefore we no directly great number or percentage of them no government ne form adwuma na about private sector na wono na ye the major employer if we say sa the maboboso we nim nyina no KOJO entimin constitute even 15% of the labor market a service sector no enti ye ka say government ye enabler and say ye papa wodi gu akwemu said ye be ye na adwuma bi aya akono ama the individuals in the state. Said the ebeye na macroeconomic indicators, policy rates, interest rates, exchange rates, inflation rates, ni nyina be bafom. Se bafom a e favor production, e favor obi ejuma. If say interest yakobetua no loans so from the bank no, say interest no obetimi their expansion. Ama watimi afa nipa bebre in his production capacity. Mary sa no of KOJO na me de ba o question num. Say koko. KOJO me educate public ni say. Kanini e obi bi de syndicated loan. Koko na edua o Ghana nyina no. Die twako wia ni say. Say ye to talk koko no free ekuyafo yi ho a wono ma do no ho a abanje kwa amanoni no akoton no international market na international market ne bo a ode be mano no wa yi bi abrel KOJO enokura wo finance im say ye micro ana macro mu ni say enuane a ye produce wo agriculture mu nyinara 90% of them operate within a market structure, a highly competitive market structure. You can say market structure be a highly competitive and I say perfectly competitive. The chairman say, "What would you near my eba say gano so abeton or a price taker?" And to Obama noni say beton u cocoa. Edi ama broni na auto cocoa na na uton cocoa na mano no wunni ano to say me de me cocoa gise. It said the market structure as I have indicated no a perfectly competitive market na the man basa ni say omuta produce the broni be freno homogeneous goods and yemeni nyina say kosua na produce ye kosua nyina so ye poultry farming ne wo hene oba bantema dwom ne be kiro say ye to baako 50 cedis you are a price taker odo boode odo banche ode ba that market structure no unia no e wo price ho sa na kokotie enti se mampanyini no to koko no ode ko international market ne ye ka kire ne say ye be ma 2 cedis ya eye 2 cedis no percentage and ode itu awka enti me unu the logic here. The logic is that so okoye na kokobuo ewo soro a what it meant ni say usika no bekosoro okoye kokobuo so atia oni ano nemom de ebi suggest ni say enkonye subsidy na misumi ibusa say subsidy no onko yiska no free sector bay emeshe kokorum na kokonu nyina no on the aggregate a fiscal say de mai enter $2 billion.
Pacho Jinaso na His Excellency John Dramani Mahama about inspecting the parade. I'm sure that will free Obira and Rashid but lawyer the issue same on Kuku. Ms. Amponse Bisan who say and then almost free a buying Omsi Chinchinia Yemfabi and Kahono. Santiasiano.
KOJO yamamu hano ebia me ka se yen a sabe yes ya ko school yen na edi hwa omani hwamo ene bi koso na wo se yetimi ebie adwunumu ne ehwe de etuemu eyimu akenkan na yetimi chechimu ne eti ase ansa na de oni school mu nimdie na yen ye wo no nzo ati ase a yen mum na yesa ehunsu itwa ho ntro na fe nipa no kra so tie yan no tie ase no no chese afi akwakoye se nima wonim no ya mana kam KOJO cocoa sector ya mamu ha cocoa hia yan ehun sem cocoa na mu ni hun sem kan nyina ahia Ghana over the years the cocoa farmer and sabeka aban bia ni ho a obepeso de bedi agro na kwa wie se ene de na nka ye 2 cedis ene de ama 1 cedi na de wo mu nyina ni na Mr. Mponsa chirichi uye cocoa kuani na wonni mu a I want to believe so wonni ya enye cocoa akuafo no so wonni mu a tie ni ye uyi se ne tono ebo no wo mo tono na de mawo unkodi ano ntu ko ne yesi ye ehia kokoo no sese afi we ehia kokoo no pa nti no amane bo na kosoro a na wato adi ukọ ne yesi empa kokoo no de be kwan ba nti omo omo pe na omo de ma de di hobio kokoo bo no se Ghana aban ekoton a yemba se bag no oton no yemba se 10 cedis a eye 10 cedis ni mu bi eni eyidi ma wo kokoo kuani na de aka na ye ship de ko ye to ye ha enti se afi ye to kokoo no 10 cedis per bag na ban ema omu cedi and 4 cedis a na next year aban corner the same cocoa bag no ya anto no 10 cedis you see ato no 6 cedis aya 6 cedis ni mu bi na aban be yi ama nti emfa ne say 10 cedis no say aban ma 4 cedis a aya ohamu chichemo aduanan na aban de ma wo Inisa ohamu chichemo aduanan no ensesa nanso esan se 10 cedis ni so atiaba 6 cedis nti no sa ohamu chichemo aduanan na obenya every 6 cedis no elu 4 cedis be be 2 cedis ana 2 cedis 50 pesos nti de make an otiasia ebasa
2 cedis 40 pesos
2 cedis 40 pesos ni nyina so ohamu chichemo aduanan kro na o Enti onyabo kese a na oha mu ntichemo aduane no ekosoro ana ejina ho a onyabo a ewo fom a oha mu ntichemo aduane no ebeba fom but what the make an answer sabi na ekoso sesi otie nkomo ni bia na chief executive okoko board enyina di na buta say di o kasa asem no problem na ewo ho no otie ase chief executive to me and on what was I say we should go farmers am impemo asem adwuma amoye ebi kra nso mani ntimati so ana o was say to me no nkofo kra nim say as chief executive or board or reported to board no bet chief executive say the omo kan sa na ti ampa onya ana aban bet ma hwe koko board ne board and the chief executive say akuafo di si dia duanan na the chief executive say on the ohwa tika wo ho na so obama mu si dia duunu sa na ti ana you see yes akosku eni ma twetwe no sabe nye nyina na enema na etro no yeti ase o etwi dumre bi na wo a wo ti ade na ase no wo mom no wakoye lone ranger woni no edem ba ko pe ana wo mo ti ade na ase no edem o mo nti ase no na omoni na ye dominant so mo na ase nkomo na edie no ase omo na e ka no kre ye politicians edikan parliament onim no wo twantro so be daada o de make atase enti koko nsem na ekoso no enye obi na ahye se na anu na yaji sei na de o yate so eye na anu na ne buo ye sei ene ne buo no abafom se ne buo ne bafom a de na wo a wodo ade no wo sika no enkofom yaji fi wo ho ene yakoton ana me buo akwajo enti mi koton na ne buo wo soro a utumi ka kire me se ne buo wo soro enti me die no tum unza san komo no taba na nkofo yeso ye betum ne de me ba betum esan se ne buo no gina sei akwajo ne buo akofom a ade a ne buo kosoro a yatum ne buo ba fom a yente so no kura na ewo mu ne ya ka na wa ha ba do te de me kana se ha me de mpesem sa de so a president Mahama di hu nkomo a me hu anamontuo but de bi e pese anamontuo no be koso akoso ye energy sector nkofo ya omukọ abonte ani nkofo kodi nkomo yi na nkofo ka an aspect of it e bi omo power moto free ECG hol na sefo mate se omo setting up committee bi se omo hwehwem you see minya hwehwemu bi akra no de madwene ye mini ma ECG for adwene enyo omo se e ka omo aburu agu ho no omo be yusu meeting a run fast the atititi omo ka
interesting
say auto 10 cedis no yam fan say we were iron we were bulb miensa we were fridge and we be our fridge we were TV maybe we took 50 cedis and assuming our tree and I took 100 cedis and assuming our tree me no the same nyema no a ends side no and then me 200 cedis na ensumi na otwe mienu no a ne se bi akoso se me mita ne nsei ena nti kontem a ne se bibi akoso bibi isi de nkofo keke ka na wontin no me nka ase chinchina ya no kra no mo ka ba de omo ka no so no ene we aka sei echina we aka sei ene we aka sei me ya na madwe ye me se obu wo ho a oto gadgets ni bi kra be ka ho a na adwe aye ne se takuna oto ene use electricity no eno ano be koso ato enya no kra wo pe niema e be boa wo e wo fie ye pe ade ade heating so kettle wo bi bibia virtually wo bi
you see air conditions.
Yes. Who increases any mana? A chair say 100 cities now to an so 2 days no. So 2 weeks no. 2 weeks no so better. So one first can be and can one yen meter 150. What I say? It would be now to in China. Dear the same. Na she is here on far she be can home. No to an anchor soon roughly 2 weeks. 100 cities we are soon 2 weeks. Say ni panel dear, Odisi will be say I don't know my day contempt sir. Who do you for complaints on Mumu? You ma vet me dear, me need that problem.
Okay.
What I say? But me to me can say because me we ain't no. Your can aha. Ebia na ACCC wo areas because of Bibia ECG for aye. Aye. But what the American say? And na power na contempt no. Ghana ha distribution companies wa miensa. When is a go for go ma say ECG or Ghana nyina. Electricity company of Ghana. Omo ni Ghana nyina. Omo wa se ha nko a. In fact, Ashanti region ha kra. Enye ba bia na ECG wo. Wo ko yo ba di. Yes. Adwura no nyina ye netco. Ifi adwura ko nyina e Northern Electricity Development Company. Almost to say ECG. So what I say. Private company we see distribution sector. If an enclave power company, EPC. How would they name how
areas are
but you see, say a nationwide. Then if you are ECG for big men you must the dim kakra. But next a BB or either say into movie bananko for nyawe and also be a ding. Because PURC won't mean got to utari small any PURC na ajatum. And now 50 preoccupant mean to electricity to manage ye. What I say. In the year trying investigations now on the ban. But in Nina twin China. A dear na abaye ya ebe buama sabio sa energy sector hono ejina ye. But you mean udi dance say light dundum but we technical force they lights no cut off and it we see time be an twin China. Any problem wo generation na nkofo a na yade di omo ka no be ka se oh mo de akanti ya na ya nyempo na de be ka mo hu no wo de no tu nchen ya eno no Ghana fo ne ye boye nyina ye ho abaso what you say because aban hu se e ka ya di saafo no ya ampe kwan bi amfa so a e be ha yen eno nti na 1 liter bia me no etua 1 cedi no ampa so me ka che obi se aban ji sika firi ho no ma hu se sika oji firi ho no o ha wonti a oji firi ho no o de akoya a sika na utua o nwi no eni ti na nkofo tua sika wa so dem bebrebe no ye se ye be si aso dan no hu ni yesi ye to ka ma sofo sika etua ye na hu se sofo tikam ye say when people see their money in action you don't complain. Dienti a otua sika no.
Ai.
Wa hu se. Ai wa hu se. Oye dey. Sika no ye sa de no. How to make an say. Eti ye to fuel direct. Any ye to no indirect ni nyina no. Obi ko register issue ne ba. Engini currency. Adey because ye hu mfaso a sika na ye tua no. Edi mayen. The di hobio KOJO renewable energy mix. The food say your boka as a mine. Thermal plants, you hear crude oil, you hear way, and then a bo ye kapa. In tinka renewable energy sources are you bet me ya. Me who say VR for a be bui omu yebi solar panels. I floating on so. What I say because Russia almost say omu generation no omu anya kura na so omu the renewable energy sources 10% eba madwe ye me say critical areas they say hospitals, schools, secondary schools, universities, deliberately.
Solar.
I was a movie called not necessarily solar, but solar fine, renewable energy source. They say highway. The only renewable energy source are over the years a hydro. It is a person who say a yinamahode who say no, they be boy pa. Esan the solar hydro ayama yenti. I say me ya ho odin ko ho. Enye hydro enye solar. What I say solar enye engineers class enim say ewia de ye obi. Ankra bi wo ho a omo aye solar omo fie a omo ehwe omo niema omo wo air conditioners, fridges, bibia no de ye solar no the capacity. Minimum obi a or ye hotel one kind. Okay, and I find Airbnb, we can hotel and go over here. Or sick or call China, a coffee solar no one's and some normally say 100,000 Ghana cedis. Omit my be install it. And all the Omanya and Yamana Mano, what they are back Ghana, not be installed all the hotels. So to me, install here batteries now from time to time. Obviously, that's only ECG BBIB. We say, or no boa for energy, be for now. For so boa my environment now clean. So, crude oil no one way. I see greenhouse gases. And then we know you see about here, say, horse, and then we are bottled. If you want to we are neighbors out.
System, no. Ya corrupt.
And Yamanoa, ye did good methane, CO2, no, this animal, Muna, Emma, and we are not bass assassins, no, ain't means uncle back. And I'm a heat na cast assassins. So they make out just here. And if you say, sa areas, no, I'm many air share, buy energy sector.
Some penny back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Abusanfo ye buso ayedi nkomo say o he television no eso a obohu say minority side no tuntum edoso pa minim indication no say de kire o majority side ho nso a obohu say fita no edoso ho minim omo nso ehan kora wo mu ahu say edum so a I'm sure that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ebe address that bit no amayen
KOJO me show.
Baby, you see, as I am oh, these are Professor theatricals, drama. These things in Parliament, even though Omojitu say, not too long ago, MPP was in power. When things were difficult, they were wearing white. What I say, NDC was wearing black. I get my point. For me, no. Any the ordinary Ghanaian, these things. No, also. Do you, for instance, just some few months ago, members of Parliament be Babon Timbeka, some finance minister, and Pamano. Who will be that?
There be.
Again, remember, or my side, not or my side. And then I'm calling him uncle ye. Sabreno. Ne Ghana for in India, ne and there in India, at least DDEP, maybe CMM had that. Zambosa, I've been around for long.
Yeah.
Maybe CMM had that. How do Sika Kotua buy her? Never a buy Jimmy Sika, na that's my baby and in Sihu. No, baby, I do Sika Kotua, a who draw. For the first time, I feel you Sika Kotua buy her now. You now buying that was the situation. What did I make? And I say, Intian Tadi shit. What I say, President Mahama, BB, na enkoya. Say it.
That's all.
That drama is something we should avoid it. What did I make? And I say, Yempe, the same story, but different people.
Yeah.
What did I make? And I say, they said now, such critical mass of Ghanaians now, people are now thinking straight power.
Yeah.
Uka nsema enimu a they know sense ma uka no we me mfa nya adwuma. O share dem di.
But Mr. Ambosan, has there been any improvement in the last year for you?
Oh yeah, KOJO improvement but me the be so lawyer so. KOJO enokre wa say president ya yedi to me ahye ne nse be kasa o be kasa yi on kasa ma yenhunu de ewo mo wase tuntum se kasa ne ye kasa pa se ye kasa boni se ye de wo pese wo tie se ye de wo mpese wo tie wase tuntum ya pa abre no ho Ghana ha se de lawyer kan ye no. We are now dealing with serious-minded people. Sebi yenimde ewo eniyeme bi ho a ono parliamentarian ote wo no enye vote a sebi nimde kwanso no yenim bibi sire no ono so nim bibi sire yen. Enti ukotena ho a enye ti ate ho she tuntum no na be cast any impression on the minds of some of us. De ye pesi ehunu ni ete for the sake of ordinary Ghanaian no. Eno ne pesi ehunu ne yede yetie afi yemra o question no na obusa question
I na mahu se mampanin awura amrahye bedwam the vice president is also there nti yen joining omona yemra sisia
Honorable members, this is the Chamber of Parliament. Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the President of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August September. His Excellency, the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this Honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency, the President of the Republic, to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, permit me to recognize the presence in this chamber the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we are blessed with the presence of not only His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, but also his spouse, the First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We also have the presence of the Vice President, the First Lady in Ghana to be a Vice President. Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. We have His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Justice Paul KOJO Bafubone. Honorable members, he did not come alone. He came with his spouse, who, as you all know, is the Director General of the Prisons Service. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I'm talking about Mrs. Patience Bafubone. Surely we have the presence of your lordships, justices of the Superior Court with us here. We also have the chairman of the Council of State and the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Edward Do Ajaho. We have the presence of the former president, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I have a formal communication from His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He expresses his gratitude to the invitation for him to be here. Unfortunately, for good reason, he is not able to attend this occasion.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Honorable members, he, however, extends his best wishes to you and to His Excellency the President on this occasion. Honorable members, honorable members, we also have the presence of the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Sechi Hughes. I know that a lot of you are young, so you may not recollect some of these people. Honorable members, we also have a number of the members of the Council of State who are here today. We have also the presence of the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. Members, we have with us the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Mike Aaron Okoye. We have the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, and we have the acting national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Dankwa Smith Bute. Honorable members, we have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Fifi Fievi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. For sure, we have, as usual, our brothers and sisters in the diplomatic corps. Many of them are here with us, and they are distinguishedly seated at the public gallery. We also have the heads of the various security services. we have our revered traditional leaders, religious leaders, and the former clerks to Parliament. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome all of them to the House. Now, I have the greatest pleasure in inviting His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now. Honorable members, please.
Honorable members of this august House, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the good people of Ghana, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and let me proceed on the protocol so well established by the Speaker and say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both a profound honor and a constitutional duty to appear before this august House to deliver a message on the state of the nation as required by Article 67 of our Constitution. I do this with the perspective and through decades of public service, including my time in this very chamber as a Member of Parliament representing Bole Bamboy, and my previous term of office as President of the Republic from 2012 to 2017. My journey in public service, like that of our nation, has not followed a straight path. It has been marked by periods of steady progress and then by setbacks and by determined recovery. Mr. Speaker, that pattern of resilience mirrors the national experience of our nation. And today I stand before you to speak to another such defining moment, a moment in which our nation is on the rebound of national renewal and of restored hope. This moment is being shaped by hard choices, institutional resolve, and a renewed commitment to stability and national purpose. Mr. Speaker, in just a few days, on 6th March 2026, our dear nation Ghana will celebrate 69 years of independence on the theme Building Prosperity, Restoring Hope. This theme is not merely ceremonial, it is the blueprint that guides our administration's vision and actions. It reflects where we have been, it acknowledges the difficulties we have endured, and confidently declares the direction in which we are headed. At the heart of this vision are two complementary and mutually reinforcing agendas. One, the Resetting Ghana agenda, and two, the Accra Reset. The Resetting Ghana agenda is our national commitment to restore economic stability, rebuild public trust in our democracy, strengthen our institutions, and deliver tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. It is about turning the page on years of mismanagement and confronting our challenges with honesty, and charting a new course anchored in fiscal discipline, transparency, and sustainable development. The Accra Reset, on the other hand, is our continental commitment. It recognizes that Ghana's prosperity cannot be separated from Africa's progress. It calls for a fundamental shift in how African nations relate to one another and to the world, from dependence to self-reliance, from fragmentation to integration, and from reactive postures to strategic leadership. Mr. Speaker, these two agendas are deeply interlinked because we cannot build lasting prosperity at home without contributing to stability and growth across our continent. Equally, we cannot lead effectively on the continental stage if our own house is not in order. Together, these frameworks demonstrate our determination to restore hope, not merely as a promise, but as a lived reality of Ghanaians and Africans alike. As we build on the foundation laid in 2025, the first year of my return to the presidency, we do so with clarity of purpose, unity of action, and confidence in our ability to deliver a future worthy of our people's sacrifice and their aspirations. Mr. Speaker, this moment of national renewal unfolds against the backdrop of a world in profound flux. The global order we once knew is being rapidly reshaped, and the so-called rule-based international system endures only as long as it protects the advantages of those who designed it. Once emerging nations like ours begin to operate within those same rules to rebalance power, the very architects of that order prove willing to relax their commitments. Ghana, like many nations, has learned this hard truth. We cannot respond to this new reality with fragmentation, hesitation, or continued dependence. History has long taught us that resilience and prosperity will not be handed to us. They must be built deliberately through cooperation, self-belief, and strategic alignment. This era ahead demands that Africa must move from a posture of dependence to one of collective self-reliance. Mr. Speaker, it is in this spirit that Ghana has sought to play a convening and catalytic role on the continent. In the middle of last year, our capital, Accra, hosted African heads of state, policymakers, and development partners for a landmark health sovereignty summit. Together, we charted a new roadmap for healthcare financing and collaboration among African nations. And that message was clear. Africa must take ownership of its health security, pool its resources, deepen collaboration, and design financing solutions that reflect our realities rather than external prescriptions. Strong economies require healthy populations, and health sovereignty is inseparable from economic sovereignty. The same logic applies to trade, industry, and economic growth. Africa's future lies in dismantling our artificial borders, removing bottlenecks that stifle commerce, and fully activating a common market that allows our goods, services, and capital and ideas to move freely across the continent. No single African country, no matter how well endowed, can thrive alone in this new global environment. Rather, when we work together, our combined markets, our youthful populations, our natural resources, and our creativity will constitute one of the greatest economic opportunities of this century. Africa must summon the courage to shape its own destiny, building genuine sovereignty across Africa. The Global South requires a deliberate and disciplined plan, one that begins with unlocking the immense human and creative potential of our young people, strengthening regional value chains to add value to what we produce, mobilizing domestic capital to finance our own development, and speaking with a single, coordinated, and confident voice in global affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is how Africa can move from promise to power, from participation to leadership, and from dependence to self-reliance. The path forward is clear. Africa must rise with confidence, unity, and purpose. And Ghana stands ready not only to rebuild at home, but also to work hand in hand with our African brothers and sisters to shape a future that is defined by shared strength, dignity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we have resolved here in Ghana to operate with our eyes open, to protect our sovereignty, and to design policies that place our people first. We will continue to engage with the world, but on terms that reflect our interests. We will uphold global norms, but we will not outsource our judgment. And we will build resilience at home so that shifts in external power do not translate into hardship for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, when I last came before this House, I spoke candidly about the depth of the challenges we had inherited across all facets of our nation. Mr. Speaker, nowhere was this national malaise more evident than in the economic sector. We inherited an economy in severe crisis, burdened by unsustainable debt, high inflation, a rapidly depreciating currency, and an escalating cost of living crisis that had left our citizens reeling from unimaginable hardship caused by years of general imprudence and reckless management of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I was clear from the outset that recovery would not come easily. But I was also clear that I will stop at nothing to turn this situation around and bring relief to Ghanaians. I promised then that just as I have confronted and overcome crisis in the past, I'll reset our economy and return us to a path of growth, progress, and development. Mr. Speaker, I told this August House then, when I appeared before you last year, that we would have to take tough, prudent, and necessary decisions to restore stability and credibility. Today, Mr. Speaker, I can say to you with confidence, Ghana is back. Ghana is working again. And Ghana is open for business. The fundamentals are improving, and the path to sustained acceleration is very clear to everyone. From the outset, we resolved to choose discipline over waste, reform over excuses, and stability over speculation. As a responsible government, our first order of business was to halt the economic hemorrhage and restore order to our public finances. We tightened expenditure and commitment controls. We improved payables reporting and conducted a comprehensive audit of 2024 commitments to restore credibility and discipline. Mr. Speaker, these measures have begun to deliver some of the most remarkable economic outcomes in decades. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the celebration of our 69th independence anniversary, we do so not only with pride in our past, but also with renewed hope for our future. We are building prosperity through sound policy, responsible governance, and inclusive growth. We are restoring hope by delivering on our promises and proving that good leadership makes a measurable difference in our people's lives. The Resetting Ghana agenda is working. The Accra Reset is gaining momentum. And together they are laying the foundation for a stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our nation is on the runway. It is in takeoff mode. And you are all advised to fasten your seat belts. Mr. Speaker, the journey continues and the direction is set and the hope is real. Our theme today of building prosperity, restoring hope is not merely aspirational. It reflects the tangible transformation we have delivered for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, our economy has grown significantly. In 2025, Ghana's GDP is expected to reach $113 billion, an increase from $83 billion at the end of 2024. This has placed Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, average GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2025 is reported at 6.1%. But growth means nothing without discipline. Our primary surplus reached 2.6% of GDP, far exceeding our target of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, we closed our fiscal deficit at 3.1%, well below the projected 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, this is not prudent governance. It is promise-keeping, and it has benefited households and businesses because we have borrowed less and spent more responsibly. Interest rates have fallen, confidence has returned, private businesses are breathing again. Mr. Speaker, the 19th of December 2022 will go down as one of the darkest days in Ghana's economic history. On that day, Ghana declared its inability to honor its debt obligations. We declared a debt default and placed a moratorium on both domestic and foreign debt repayments. Following this, we entered a protracted and complex debt restructuring process. Ghana's debt became a shackle on our economic progress, dragging our nation down into hardship and despair. Looking at Ghana's restructured debt profile, it is clear that those who negotiated on our behalf were only intent on kicking the can down the road, with the largest debt repayments scheduled, interestingly, between 2025 and 2028. Mr. Speaker, we confronted this crisis with action, not rhetoric. We established sinking funds, we restructured obligations, and we pursued bilateral agreements. Mr. Speaker, the result, public debt fell by 82.1 billion Ghana cedis and took our debt to GDP from 61.8% to 45.3%. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the sharpest reductions of debt in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, just this year, after the New Year celebration on January 2nd, when people were still recovering from hangovers, we settled a US 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule. We settled a US dollar 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule, completing the US 1.4 billion in debt service that was meant for 2025. Mr. Speaker, and the world noticed, Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's all upgraded Ghana's credit ratings, the first triple upgrade in many years. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's credibility is restored. Ghana is rising. The heaviest burden we inherited was a very high inflation rate, which was silently eroding every household's purchasing power. It peaked at 54.1% at the end of 2022, and it declined to 23.5% by the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we treated this with urgency. Through fiscal consolidation, currency stabilization, and disciplined monetary policy, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8% over 13 consecutive months by January 2026. Mr. Speaker, and very interesting, food inflation, which had been the main driver of the upward pressure on inflation, fell by 26.6 percentage points. Inflation for locally produced goods fell by 22.6 percentage points. Mr. Speaker, these are not just statistics. These translate into the reality of a parent being able to put food on the table for their children. It translates into the reality of businesses thriving and creating opportunities for Ghana's young people. Mr. Speaker, petrol prices dropped from 15.2 Ghana cedis to 10.7 cedis per liter. And only recently, it dipped below the 10 cedi mark to 9.97. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. And I'm pleased to report to this House that the cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the US dollar and by 30.9% against the British pound and by 24% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic turnaround is broad-based and comprehensive. All sectors of the Ghanaian economy have witnessed remarkable improvement in our first year in office. And most importantly, Ghana's economy has surpassed the 100 billion mark for the first time. And as I said, it is projected to place Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, our reserves currently stand at $13.8 billion from $8.9 billion at the end of 2024. This covers 5.7 months of import. A key driver of this development has been the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board. By formalizing gold exports, we have reduced smuggling, we have increased recorded exports in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector from 63.6 tons to 103 tons. And we've channeled that foreign exchange into our economy. Mr. Speaker, when the cedi stabilizes, imported inflation falls, businesses can plan better, and household incomes improve. Mr. Speaker, as global uncertainty grows, it is necessary for us to reduce our country's exposure to external shocks, break the cycle of economic downturns, and safeguard our macroeconomic stability. Just last Wednesday, 25th February 2026, the Minister for Finance presented the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy to this House. Mr. Speaker, this policy seeks to strengthen our country's external resilience by increasing our international reserves to 15 months of import cover by the end of 2028, supporting long-term structural transformation while safeguarding macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker, it is forecast that gold prices will remain high over the next 3 years. And so this presents us with a unique opportunity to build an economic war chest to withstand any global economic shocks, to secure our macroeconomic stability and improve the standards of living of our citizens and build a lasting prosperity for future generations. This is what the GANRAP policy seeks to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we abolished nuisance taxes that were levied on Ghanaians between 2017 and 2024. These included the e-levy, the betting tax, the emission tax, the COVID levy, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, we have reformed VAT comprehensively. One, by abolishing the 1% COVID-19 levy, decoupling Get Fund and NHIL from VAT, reducing the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%, raising the VAT threshold to 750,000 Ghana cedis to exclude petty businesses, and extending zero rating on textiles up to 2028. Mr. Speaker, these fiscal reforms have effectively put 6 billion Ghana cedis back into the pockets of Ghanaians. Interest rates have fallen from above 30% to currently between 18 and 20%, freeing up credits for businesses and households. And according to the Ghana Statistical Services, over 1 million Ghanaians have found employment between Q1 and Q3 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, and 950,000 Ghanaians have escaped multi-dimensional poverty over the same period. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that our external position has strengthened significantly. By December 2025, our current account recorded a surplus of 9.1 billion, representing 8.1% of our GDP. This is a remarkable increase from 1.5 billion or 1.8% of GDP in 2024. These achievements have been driven by robust gold, cocoa, and non-traditional exports, and increased remittance inflows. This improvement demonstrates that our economy is gaining strength and resilience again on the global stage. We've moved decisively from planning to action on our flagship 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. This was officially launched in 2025, and this transformative initiative is designed, 1, to unlock round-the-clock economic activity, 2, deepen our value chains across key sectors, 3, boost productivity and support export growth, and 4, create quality jobs in agriculture, manufacturing, logistics, and services. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this August House. On 6 February 2026, this House passed the 24-Hour Economy Authority Bill. This has established the regulatory framework and the legal mandate that was necessary for full implementation. Last week, at the cabinet meeting held, I had the honor of signing this historic legislation into law. All is now set for takeoff. This is the boldest economic transformation initiative in Ghana's recent history. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, 110 million has been allocated to begin the setting up and implementation of the 24-Hour Economy Authority. These resources will enable businesses to operate beyond traditional business hours. They will attract investment through strategic partnerships with the Development Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and they will strengthen the foundations for sustained growth and job creation, especially for our young people. This is about building prosperity and restoring our people's hope through concrete action. Mr. Speaker, a nation that does not learn from past mistakes cannot get out of the cycle of problems that impose hardships on its citizens. We've just begun to emerge from the most devastating economic crisis in our nation's recent history. This crisis was triggered by general financial indiscipline, huge deficits, and massive debts that were occasioned by persistent and unbudgeted expenditure to meet the ends of convenient politicking. In the last week, we have had to take the painful but necessary decision to revise the producer price of cocoa to achieve competitive pricing and resolve the acute liquidity challenges in the sector. Mr. Speaker, failure to do this, as others did, and left a debt of 32 billion for this government to pay. Failure to do this would have meant borrowing billions in borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, this unplanned expenditure would have taken us right back to the very devastating economic problem we have only recently begun to escape. So, Mr. Speaker, while fully understanding the concerns and protests of our farmers, I can firmly assure them that the reforms announced by government will see a total transformation of the cocoa sector. And it will guarantee them a fair and transparent price that enables them to meet the cost of producing the commodity and making decent margins. Mr. Speaker, the difference between economic hardship and avoiding the same is the exercise of sound economic judgment. And I'm determined to take decisions that ensure our collective well-being and avoid the suffering of all our citizens. These are difficult decisions to take, but Mr. Speaker, I had to take them. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing legislation to this House to tighten our procurement processes by banning sole source contracts, except in exceptional circumstances. We will also bring legislation to this House to make it mandatory to seek Parliament's prior approval before any government asset or property is leased out or sold. This includes lands and state enterprises. Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday I caused the Minister of Finance to lay before this House the value for money office bill. This is a landmark measure, a fulfillment of yet another campaign promise to the good people of Ghana. And this is designed to decisively end waste, inflated contracts, abandoned projects, and chronic cost overruns that have for far too long drained the public purse. All these measures are intended to improve public trust and accountability. Mr. Speaker, in January 2025, we inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse that had been precipitated by a severe financial crisis. The sector was burdened with a staggering debt of 80 billion Ghana cedis, strengthening the operational viability of key power producers. The 500 million World Bank partial risk guarantee, a critical risk mitigation instrument that was established in 2015 during my first term to safeguard the nearly 8 billion of private sector investment that was put into the offshore Cape Trade Points field, had been fully drawn down and exhausted due to prolonged non-payment for gas consumed. Mr. Speaker, at the distribution level, the Electricity Company of Ghana was plagued by high commercial and technical losses, collecting only 62% of the energy it purchased from generators and declaring less than 50% of its collection into the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, the result was severe liquidity shortfalls and power challenges throughout 2024. In the petroleum sector, years of policy inconsistency, regulatory inefficiencies, a lack of transparency, prolonged licensing processes, and unresolved legal disputes over field unitization had eroded investor confidence. Consequently, crude oil production declined by approximately 32% between 2019 and 2024. It fell from 71.4 million barrels per day to 48.2 million barrels. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that as of December 31st, 2025, government has fully repaid and restored the entire 500 million World Bank guarantee, including interest. This has reinstated the facility in full and reaffirmed Ghana's standing as a credible and reliable partner on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, I can also announce that we are paying for every gas we are consuming today. In addition, between January and December 2025, through carefully coordinated policy actions, the government settled all outstanding gas invoices that were owed to ENI and Vitol, amounting to approximately $500 million. And so Ghana is now fully up to date with its gas consumption obligations to the Sankofa partners. And I'm pleased to announce that the 2026 budget has made adequate provision to ensure timely payments for all liquid natural gas that we consume going forward. Mr. Speaker, to ensure equity and fairness, the government has also held constructive engagements with Tullow Oil and the Jubilee Field partners, and we've reached a comprehensive roadmap to guarantee full payment for all gas that is consumed. This approach supports reliable nationwide electricity generation and accelerates industrial growth. Engagement with upstream partners has resulted in increased gas production, guided by a clear national vision to rapidly scale up domestic gas supply and reduce reliance on expensive liquid fuels. Mr. Speaker, beyond clearing inherited arrears, a robust framework has also been established to strengthen monitor implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism. Another major milestone was the operationalization of the ECG's single holding account, which is overseen jointly by the Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions and the PURC. This intervention has significantly reduced revenue leakages, and it has enhanced ECG's capacity to meet its payment obligations. To address the high cost of power, the government has successfully renegotiated existing power purchase agreements. Engagement with the 9 independent power producers have resulted in a 250 million immediate savings and 1.1 billion of legacy debt restructured for payments between the period 2026 and 2028. These revised agreements will be submitted to Cabinet, and I'm pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, will be brought here to Parliament for ratification. Mr. Speaker, under the Rural Electrification Program, 200 out of the 400 targeted communities have been connected to the national grid, with a further 100 at various stages of completion. The national electricity access for Ghana today stands at 89.05. We are committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to reliable, affordable electricity. It is worrying that the Electricity Company of Ghana continues to experience high power losses, with reports indicating that around 25% of generated power is lost. To address this phenomenon and anchor the gains we have made, adopting private sector participation, particularly in billing and collection, is the most effective way to significantly reduce these losses. Cabinet has approved the multiple lease method for concessions in the distribution utilities, and work is ongoing to implement this critical reform. Mr. Speaker, the Bui Power Authority has completed an additional 50 megawatts of solar power. In the distributed solar sector, 30 megawatts was achieved through rooftop installations, bringing our total installed capacity to 250 megawatts of solar, and this represents 5% of renewable energy in our entire generation mix. A few months ago, I broke ground for a 200 megawatt solar power project at the Dawa Industrial Zone, with the first 100 megawatts scheduled for completion in December 2026. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions is constructing 35 mini grids to serve 47 islands and lakeside communities in the Oti, Savannah, and Bono East regions. The ministry will also supply 12,000 new smart net meters from the end of the first quarter of this year, 2026. And under the off-grid solar home system for public institutions, delivery of materials for the first phase of 350 systems has commenced. It means that public institutions are going to be fitted with solar to reduce their power consumption. Mr. Speaker, as part of the last mile electrification effort to achieve 99.98% universal access by 2030, the ministry has mainstreamed mini grids into the national electrification scheme. Consequently, a feasibility study for the Afram Plains North District was completed for 100 communities to receive solar power, bringing the total number of islands and lakeside communities in the Afram Plains North and South to 150 that are ready for mini-grid solar electrification. I'm pleased to announce that the African Development Bank has committed to providing $100 million to fund the construction of renewable energy-based mini-grids for these communities. Mr. Speaker, we've signed a memorandum of understanding with the Jubilee and Tenfield partners to commit another $2 billion to additional investment in the Jubilee field. This will include drilling up to 20 new wells, the first wells being drilled in more than 9 years. Mr. Speaker, there's a second memorandum of intent with the OCTP partners, that's ENI and Vitol, to commit 1.5 billion of additional investment in the OCTP field in the Cape 3 Points Block 4 contract area, among others. This agreement will significantly increase Ghana's oil and gas production, thereby enhancing energy security, domestic demand, and infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, we're on course to revitalize the Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company through a strategic partnership with the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, and the Ghana Commercial Bank. This will boost production, ensure a steady supply of safe LPG cylinders, and strengthen local manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce to you that Tema Oil Refinery is back. The new management of the refinery has successfully completed extensive turnaround maintenance, and I'm pleased to inform you that this August House that for the first time since 2018, the refinery has commenced processing of crude oil into petroleum products again. So, Mr. Speaker, let me assure our countrymen and women that the energy sector reforms continue unabated. I remain fully committed to turning around the sector, strengthening its foundations, and ensuring reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy security for our nation. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains central to our national renewal. Since January 2025, this administration has embarked on a decisive reset of Ghana's agricultural sector under our Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, with the Feed Ghana program serving as the flagship vehicle for implementation. Our objective is clear: to restore food sovereignty, stabilize food prices, reduce import dependence, increase decent jobs, especially for youth, and reposition agri as a strategic growth sector under our 24-hour economy policy. Mr. Speaker, as of January 2025, food inflation stood at 28.3%, following an unprecedented peak of 61% in January 2023. This situation placed severe pressure on households and undermined national stability. Today, food inflation has declined significantly to 4.9%. And this has provided relief to Ghanaian families and businesses. Mr. Speaker, this year we have committed 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stock Company to mop up excess produce, to stabilize prices, and build a strategic national food buffer against emergencies, marking the first time Ghana has deliberately built a food reserve for national resilience. Over 413 institutions, from basic schools through to tertiary institutions, have been registered and are actively participating in the Feed Ghana program. Institutional farming is currently being undertaken by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Prison Service, the National Service Authority, basic and second cycle schools, public universities, and faith-based organizations, including churches and mosques. A key pillar of the Feed Ghana program is the home gardening initiative. Across the country, families are being encouraged to grow vegetables at home and in their communities to reduce food expenditure, improve household nutrition, and enhance food availability. The Feed Ghana program is also firmly anchored on irrigation for wealth creation. Government is deliberately shifting our agriculture from rain-fed dependence to irrigation-based farming to support year-round production and also strengthen our climate resilience. And so over the past months, processes have begun for the following interventions: the construction of 2 new mega dams, the rehabilitation of 8 existing irrigation dams, and the construction of 250 solar-powered boreholes for farming communities and schools across the Northern Belt and Brong-Ahafo regions. In addition, major irrigation schemes including the Via, Weta, Tanoso, Bong, Ashaman, and Aveime are undergoing rehabilitation, while new inland valleys covering over 1,300 hectares are being developed to expand rice production. Under the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, we've launched a 20 million agro-input distribution project to strengthen food and nutrition security across the Northern Savannah Ecological Zone. This project is being implemented in 12 districts across 6 regions with a target of 50,000 farming households, including 30,000 women and youth. It will support the production of key staples such as maize, rice, soya bean, cowpea, granules, while promoting year-round vegetable cultivation through solar-powered micro-irrigation schemes for farmers groups and selected schools. The project is also supporting backyard and commercial poultry production, as well as the distribution of fertilizer and certified seeds to participating districts. This will help strengthen the poultry value chain. We're working to fulfill the promise of establishing farmer service centers across the country to modernize agriculture. Procurement processes are underway for a total of 660 tractors, 400 combined harvesters, and other agricultural equipment and implements. The first 11 farmer service centers will begin construction this year and will provide affordable access to land preparation, harvesting, storage, input supply, extension services, and equipment leasing, especially for smallholder farmers. Mr. Speaker, in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to catch salt for the first farmer service center in the Afram Plains. Mr. Speaker, agriculture extension remains the backbone of productivity, and to address the current gap between farmers and extension officers, 540 motorbikes have been procured to improve extension coverage. 150 of those bikes have already been distributed, and we're employing 400 Feed Ghana district coordinators nationwide, while 10,000 young Ghanaians are being enrolled under a 4-year national service agripreneurial program with annual absorption into permanent employment. So far, 3,000 youth have been posted by the National Service Authority under the Agripreneur program. This intervention is strengthening frontline service delivery and creating employment opportunities for young people. We're also placing farmer cooperatives at the center of our agricultural transformation plan. As of October 2025, 70,000 community commodity-focused farmers cooperatives had been established nationwide. And they are serving as platforms to access inputs, mechanization services, climate advisories, aggregation, and fair market negotiation. Government is actively linking farmers to agro-industrial investments to stabilize prices, create jobs, and accelerate Ghana's journey towards food security. A major highlight of this effort is the 154 million Ghana-Italy irrigated commercial farming project to establish a 10,000 hectare irrigation model farm to produce rice, maize, soya, and tomatoes. All produce from this project will be sold locally. This intervention is strategic and designed to fast-track progress towards food security, ensure a reliable supply of raw materials for agro-processing, and reduce Ghana's dependence on food imports. Mr. Speaker, other key initiatives under the value addition and agro-industrial drive include rice processing facilities in the Upper East and Upper West regions, poultry feed production facilities in Ashanti, cashew and onion processing facilities in Bono East. In addition, a 40-ton per day soya processing plant is being established in northern Ghana to support soya bean farmers and reduce their feed costs. The shea industry is also being revived through secured export contracts and measures to protect raw material supplies. Mr. Speaker, to reduce Ghana's 300 to 400 million annual poultry import bill, Ghana has launched a comprehensive poultry farm-to-table project. These comprise 50 anchor or commercial farmers producing 4 million birds, 500 SMEs producing 3 million birds, and a small-scale Nkokon Kitinkiti backyard and a small-scale Nkokon Kitinkiti backyard poultry program that is targeting 3 million birds nationwide, with emphasis on women and young children. Mr. Speaker, the Nkokon Kitinkiti program is underway as I speak, and the target is to reach 60,000 households. Even before I launched the Nkokon Kitinkiti program, 720 beds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000 farmers in 12 districts. I recently opened a poultry processing factory in Bichim to support expected production growth in the poultry sector. Mr. Speaker, education is important, and it remains pivotal to our national transformation agenda. In this regard, the year 2025 was both eventful and momentous for Ghana's education sector. I'm pleased to report that all the flagship initiatives and commitments that were contained in our Reset Agenda Manifesto have been faithfully honored during the year under review. The No Fee Stress initiative was successfully launched in Koforidua, and as I speak has benefited over 152,000 young people, first-year students in public tertiary universities. The number of beneficiaries this year is projected to reach 220,000 first-year students. In collaboration with the Student Loan Trust Fund, I have good news for law students. Law students in Ghana will also be now able to access the student loan scheme to pursue their legal education. Mr. Speaker, the free tertiary education policy for persons with disability has also been launched and is now fully benefiting all eligible persons with disabilities enrolled in our tertiary institutions nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 academic year saw a stable, uninterrupted supply of quality food to all our schools under the free senior high school program. Speaker, basic education is taking a major policy shift to rebalance our education investments in favor of basic education. As part of this shift, the standards-based curriculum for kindergarten to primary 6 is currently under review to incorporate robotics, coding, and the responsible integration of generative artificial intelligence. Additionally, as part of the ongoing curriculum review, artificial intelligence education will be introduced at an age-appropriate and developmentally sensitive, with a strong emphasis on ethical use, digital responsibility, critical thinking, and human values. Mr. Speaker, in response to the persisting challenge of schools under trees, this government has programmed a bold and decisive intervention for the 2026 financial year. This includes the construction of 200 kindergarten blocks, 200 new primary school blocks, 200 new junior high schools nationwide. And I'm further pleased to inform this House adequate allocation has been done in the 2026 budget. I'm further pleased to inform this House that the government has fully cleared all outstanding capitation grant arrears owed to the public basic schools, as well as clearing all outstanding arrears of BEC exam registration subsidies due to the West African Exams Council. For previous years, the legacy debts to West African Examinations Council have all been cleared. Mr. Speaker, education for learners with special needs is not only a moral right, but also a sound, pragmatic investment. And it promotes equity and strengthens social cohesion. In recognition of this, the amended Get Fund Act has established a dedicated, sustainable funding framework to implement free education for learners with special needs, beginning in the 2026 academic year. Government has also increased the daily feeding grant for students in public special schools from 8 cedis per day to 15 cedis per day. This significant increment reflects our resolve to address the unique nutritional and health needs of learners with disability. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we'll construct a modern state-of-the-art special needs school in Ho in the Volta region, and will rehabilitate and upgrade the existing special needs schools in Okropong, Ekwapim, in fulfillment of our pledge also to provide free sanitary pads to schoolgirls as part of efforts to improve menstrual hygiene and reduce absenteeism among female learners. A total of 12.2 million packets of sanitary pads were distributed to girls in public schools across the country in 2025. Mr. Speaker, we allocated in this year's budget 292.4 million Ghana cedis to sustain the free sanitary pad initiative. This commitment aims to remove gender-specific barriers to education and ensure that no girl's education is interrupted due to challenges related to her menstrual hygiene. Mr. Speaker, as part of efforts to decongest senior high schools and increase access and ensure parity in educational opportunities, government is going to convert and upgrade 30 Category C secondary schools to Category B, and convert and upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A. In addition, facilities in Category A schools are going to be upgraded and expanded to be able to take in more children. Technical and vocational education and training remain a critical pillar of our strategy to address youth unemployment and accelerate skills development. Government will construct 6 brand new regional TVET centers of excellence across the country to equip our young people with practical, industry-relevant skills aligned with the demands of the evolving job market. We're also undertaking a review of the national curriculum to align with the OECD Future of Education and Skills Framework. This will make TVET education more adaptive and resilient. Mr. Speaker, to expand access to higher education and support balanced regional growth and meet the rising demand for quality tertiary education, we've entered international partnerships to establish 2 new public universities, one in Kentapo in the Bono East region, another in Jasikai in the Oti region. I'm happy to announce also that a grant has been sourced from China to establish a new public university in Damangu in the Savannah region. Mr. Speaker, technical universities play a critical role in closing the skills gap and reducing youth unemployment by delivering high-quality, industry-aligned and practice-oriented training within a broader policy framework that stimulates labor demand. In this regard, government is going to establish 3 new technical universities to strengthen skills development, enhance innovation, and support national industrialization efforts. Mr. Speaker, the Teachers Housing Initiative is a joint effort involving district assemblies, Common Fund, Get Fund, NATS, and JESOPs. And the aim is to build 50,000 housing units for teachers. This initiative is called the Teacher Dabre, maybe a teacher better. This partnership demonstrates our collective dedication to enhancing teachers' living conditions and boosting the retention of teachers, especially in rural and remote areas, and ensuring that teachers can live, work, and retire with dignity and security. Mr. Speaker, by prioritizing equitable access and expanding infrastructure, we're investing in human capital and laying the foundation for a Ghana where every child can learn, grow, and succeed. Mr. Speaker, our health system. By January 2025, our health system was under severe strain. Aging and deteriorating equipment, stalled hospital projects amounting to 15 billion Ghana cedis in liabilities, and growing workforce pressures had weakened service delivery. Over the past year, donor support to our health sector declined sharply from 19% of our total health budget to just 2.2% today, creating an annual financing gap of more than 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. The withdrawal of support from programs previously financed by partners such as the USAID exposed the vulnerability in essential supplies and services, particularly in remote and underserved communities. Faced with these realities, my government chose to act decisively. In 2026, direct government funding for health will account for about 72% of our total health spending. This is up from 56.8% in 2023. Core health allocations have risen to GHS 23.3 billion, and with national health insurance resources included, total health financing now stands at 34.7 billion Ghana cedis. This reflects our clear commitment to domestic financing and health sovereignty. At the same time, we have faced the growing burden of non-communicable diseases. Today, non-communicable diseases account for over 40% of all deaths in Ghana and remain a major cause of household poverty. To address this, the government established the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise called Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, this is the first nationwide financing mechanism dedicated to chronic and non-communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Levy has been uncapped. Claims payments are now timely, with facilities no longer waiting more than 6 months as happened in the past for payment to be made. We're also finalizing measures to increase provider tariffs by over 100% to reflect the realistic cost of health treatment. As a result of the increased trust, NHIS enrollment has risen from 57% at the start of 2025 to 66% today. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's health workforce density has risen from 16.6% per 10,000 people in 2025 to nearly 42 per 10,000 today, while public sector health employment has doubled to approximately 200,000 workers. And yet, significant challenges remain. At the beginning of 2025, when we took over, 103,000 trained health workers were still awaiting placement, employment, or enrollment onto the payroll. Over the past year, 13,500 nurses and midwives, along with hundreds of doctors and pharmacists, have been absorbed into the public payroll. Nursing trainee allowances have been regularized and restored. Application fees have been reduced, and the no-fee stress initiative introduced to ease access to training has been extended. Service conditions are being implemented to boost morale and retention. Looking ahead, government will expand recruitment and take necessary action to add more health workers onto the payroll. We will also correct the maldistribution of health workers through targeted incentives for health workers who agree to serve in underserved areas. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to our gallant health workers to accept postings to our underserved areas, seeing as it is a national call to duty, while we work to ensure that they have an enabling environment to do their work. Mr. Speaker, we will also scale up specialist and advanced nursing training to match the country's changing disease profile. New post-basic nursing programs in cardiology, nephrology, endocrinology, and oncology will be introduced. While the 2 existing ones, emergency and critical care nurses, will be scaled up. At least 30 nursing training institutions will transition to competency-based degree curriculums, supported by new scholarship opportunities for PhD level training for nurses and allied health professionals. Mr. Speaker, on health infrastructure, my government remains firm in its commitment not to abandon unfinished projects. We will continue to retool facilities, strengthen emergency and disease surveillance systems, and ensure that health infrastructure is properly aligned with staffing, equipment, and financing. In 2026 budget, provision has been made to commence regional hospitals in Oti, Savannah, and the Western North regions. This will expand access to quality care. Aligned with the reset agenda, we're making strategic investments in local pharmaceutical and vaccine production. The government has allocated 50 million in seed funding to the National Vaccine Institute. And in 2025, a local manufacturer secured market authorization to produce snake venom antiserum right here in Ghana. We're also finalizing steps to implement an advanced market commitment to prioritize locally manufactured vaccines and pharmaceuticals in public procurement. Production of the tetanus diphtheria vaccine is expected to commence this year through a partnership with an Indonesian pharmaceutical firm. Disease control remains our priority in our country's immunization financing. We will strengthen immunization financing. In 2025, the vaccine budget for children and pregnant women was increased by 46%, exceeding the 171 million Ghana cedis, and this enabled Ghana to fully and promptly finance all its vaccines and protect young women and girls against cervical cancer. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's HIV prevalence rate is estimated at 1.6%. And as I speak with you, there are about 350,000 of our countrymen and women living with HIV and AIDS. Mr. Speaker, although prevalence is low, some population segments and regions have significantly higher incidence than the national average. The Ghana AIDS Commission has been tasked with ensuring the availability of testing and antiretrovirals. This year, government will fully roll out a free primary health care program, removing all cost barriers at the primary level where it is most needed, while strengthening prevention, screening, and health promotion, especially for non-communicable diseases. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund will be scaled up, and access to advanced cardiac care, including cardiac catheterization services at Tamale, Kolebu, and Komfo-Anokye Hospital, will be expanded to reduce overseas referrals and position Ghana as a center for specialized care in the sub-region, in line with our medical tourism objectives. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is expected to issue guidelines to eliminate the unacceptable no-bed syndrome. Patients facing medical emergencies must be received and given help, if even under makeshift conditions. You don't need to have a comfortable bed to save a patient. No patient must be turned away from any health facility they report to. Mr. Speaker, but in the meantime, government will expand capacity by implementing the Rich Hospital Phase 2 project to increase the number of beds at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. We will also continue and complete the Police Hospital project, and also continue and complete the La General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, in the Ashanti region, we will complete the Sewa Regional Hospital. We will complete the Aferi Military Hospital. And we will complete the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital Maternity and Children's Block. Mr. Speaker, we remain on course to build a stronger, more resilient, and more self-reliant health system for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, roads are a very important sector. We inherited a burden of significant financial obligations and structural pressures in the road sector that had accumulated over the years. As of December 2024, outstanding payments on road projects financed through the consolidated fund stood at 21 billion Ghana cedis. These were certified works executed by contractors across the country for which payment had not been made. In addition, indebtedness to contractors that was lodged with the Ghana Road Fund Secretariat and awaiting payment amounted to 5.43 billion Ghana cedis. This figure excludes accruing interest charges, which continue to compound the state's financial exposure. Mr. Speaker, beyond these arrears, we inherited also contractual commitments, that is signed contracts, totaling more than 104 billion Ghana cedis. These commitments represent signed contracts for road projects at various stages of execution, many of them without corresponding secured funding to guarantee timely completion. By the end of 2025, the Ministry of Finance and Roads had cleared arrears amounting to almost 10 billion Ghana cedis owed to road contractors. And we are steadily continuing to reduce the road sector debts. Mr. Speaker, the famous Big Push infrastructure program. This is my vision for a national infrastructure drive to restore critical national infrastructure. Naturally, the bulk of the money is dedicated to the road sector. We want to open economic corridors, create jobs, and reduce the cost of doing business. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, work has started on 50 major road projects that cover a distance of 1,144 kilometers. The total estimated cost of these projects is 50 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, government is also completing 23 projects that were awarded by the previous administration but were not paid for. These projects amount to another 573 kilometers and are estimated to cost 15 billion cedis. So if you add that to the 1,500, it means about 2,000 kilometers of roads are currently undergoing rehabilitation as I speak. This is the biggest major investment in our road sector in the history of Ghana. Across all 16 regions, 73 projects are advancing with significant visible progress expected by the end of the year. Some of these include Tepamabangoso, the Kumasi Bypass Road, Swami Interchange and Local Roads, Sunyani Outer Ring Road, Sampa Jinijini Road, Techima Nkonsia Winchi Road, dualization of Winneba Cape Coast Road, Kwau Tafo Adosu Road, Dodowa Afienya Dawenya, Bintiri Nakwanduri, Tamale Outer Ring Road, Wenchi Sola, Sola Wa, Bole Chache, Bole Town Roads, Navrongo Tumu, Tumu Han Lora, Atimpoku Ho, Ho Denu, dualization of Accra Aflao, dualization of Cape Coast Akrade, Dadieso Akontombra, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, other feeder roads are Akosombo Jakiti Kudupe, Kudikope, Yeniam Junction Sedom, Apegusum Pakadan, Todome to Balime Gemini Road. Indeed, there are many others too numerous to mention. And as I said at the launch of the Big Push program, the whole of Ghana is going to become a construction site. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians can already testify that serious road works are underway across the country. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will be a 198.7 kilometer, 6-lane high-speed motorway. This expressway is designed to connect Ghana's two largest cities, Accra and Kumasi, and it will reduce the traveling time between Accra and Kumasi to approximately 2.5 hours. Mr. Speaker, this new alignment will have 8 interchanges and will be Ghana's first true expressway. And so government has established the Accra-Kumasi Expressway Limited, which is a subsidiary of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, as the concessionaire that will be mandated to design, to finance, construct, operate, and maintain the expressway, with the Ministry of Roads and Highways as the contracting authority. The project delivery is structured as a long-term concession of up to 50 years. Mr. Speaker, this expressway will be Ghana's first purpose-built expressway with limited access points, so goats and sheep cannot cross at any point. Mr. Speaker, it's designed for higher speed limits and modern safety infrastructure to reduce travel time and improve road safety. Preparatory activities including feasibility studies, the detailed designs and cost assessments are currently underway. This major road construction work aims to improve mobility, safety, and trade while connecting communities to markets and essential services. Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Corridor. We aim to complete all unfinished segments of the Eastern Corridor Road by the end of 2027. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue and complete the 27.7 Accra-Tema Motorway and Extension Project. And this includes reconstructing the Accra-Tema Motorway into a 4-lane expressway with 3-lane service roads in both directions, and interchanges at Ashaman. Where you have the Ashaman underbridge, it will now be an interchange. There will be another interchange at Community 18 and Teshi Link. Mr. Speaker, it also involves remodeling the Tetekwashi interchange. Construction works are ongoing and progress is at 32%. Mr. Speaker, other important projects include the Kumasi Inner Ring Road, the Volivo Bridge over the Southern Volta River, the Dambai Bridge over the River Oti, and the Adoso Bridge over the River Afram at Eche Amanfrom. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads has received cabinet approval to reintroduce road tolls on our roads and our bridges. Mr. Speaker, this time using advanced technology to improve efficiency, transparency, and avoid leakages in revenue generation. Preparatory work is underway to ensure the reintroduction of tolling operations this year. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that an effective and efficient transport system is integral to any economic development plan. So to improve public transport services in the country, government is supporting Intercity SCC Coaches Limited, Metro Mass Transit Limited, and the private road transport operators to renew their fleets. Currently, a total of 300 buses have been procured to improve road transport. The initial batch of 100 buses is scheduled to arrive in the country by the end of the first quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of my pledge to re-establish a national airline, a 10-member task force established to oversee this initiative has submitted a business model and operational framework to guide the selection of a strategic partner for the new national airline. And this new national airline will take off soon, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, passenger traffic handled by the Ghana Airports Company increased to 3.625 million passengers in 2025, This was an increase from 3.4 million in 2024. In response to the rising passenger traffic and congestion at the Accra International Airport's new Terminal 3, we are remodeling Terminal 2 into a dual-purpose facility to serve both domestic and international flights. So, when the remodeling of Terminal 2 is finished, all the domestic flights and some of the international flights will be moved to Terminal 2 so that we ease the congestion on Terminal 3. This will improve operational efficiency and enhance the overall passenger experience. Mr. Speaker, Accra's Terminal 3 remains amongst the best in Africa. A new concourse will link Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 so that passengers arriving in Terminal 2 and having to move to Terminal 3 won't have to come out and walk. They'll go through the concourse. Mr. Speaker, Terminal 3 is going to be supported by a new 7-story floor car park. It will also have an airport hotel and retail amenities to service the passengers. Mr. Speaker, runway expansion and overlay is currently being undertaken to strengthen the Accra International Airport's runway. Mr. Speaker, we will also begin work on new regional airports in Sunyani, in Bolgatanga, and Wa. In Sunyani, the current location of the airport is not appropriate to extend the runway, and so we have to move and build a new airport at a different location. Bolgatanga, the site has been acquired and work will commence. Wa also, we have to move the airport from where it is because it almost intersects the road and the airport slopes upwards, making it inappropriate for air travel. Mr. Speaker, we are also reverting the airport in Accra, the international airport in Accra, to its original name, the Accra International Airport. Even though NLC Decree 129 was passed, no effort or nothing was done to effect the clause in the decree that said that the airport should be renamed after Kotoka. So in all international records in ICAO and IATA, that airport in Accra, the international airport, remains named Accra International Airport. Mr. Speaker, we are working to fully operationalize the Tema-Mpakadang rail line to maximize passenger and freight traffic between Tema and the north using the Volta Lake waterway. The Western and Eastern railway lines will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. These projects are aimed to support the efficient transport of container and bulk cargo to and from our ports, as well as to facilitate the efficient haulage of minerals from mines in Usuta, Awaso, and Yunahing to the Takoradi port, while also providing passenger transport along the respective rail corridors. Mr. Speaker, as part of the 24-hour economy initiative, a new 24-hour operation has started at Tema Port, allowing access to port services around the clock. This development enables importers to clear their goods at any time, significantly easing congestion at the terminals like the transit terminals, the reefer terminal, and the Golden Jubilee terminal. The initiative brings together customs, banking, and other relevant agencies to enhance efficiency, low transaction costs, and boost Ghana's competitiveness as a major trade hub. Cabinet has reviewed the designs and feasibility study for the Keita Port and directed the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority to present an action plan and a roadmap for the realization of the project at the earliest possible time. Mr. Speaker, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, as part of its expansion efforts, has established a new operational office at Adenta Bus Terminal in Accra. If you need any service in the night from DVLA, go to Adenta. There's an office open there day and night. Mr. Speaker, this modern facility operates around the clock, providing continuous service to improve accessibility and convenience for our motorists in Adenta municipality and the whole general Accra area. Mr. Speaker, communications is important, and under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, implemented through the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, we extend voice and data connectivity to unserved and underserved communities. We've targeted the construction of 2,016 cell sites all over underserved and unserved communities. 1,561 of these 2,016 cell sites have been constructed, and of this number, 1,144 have been activated. Work is ongoing to activate the remaining 417 sites. Preparations are also well underway to commence construction of the remaining 455 sites. Mr. Speaker, under the School Connectivity Initiative, over 62,000 digital resources have been uploaded to the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank, enabling seamless access across multiple devices, from PCs to laptops to tablets and smartphones, for more than 600,000 users, including teachers, students, and researchers. Mr. Speaker, as part of the government's research agenda to ensure Ghanaian youth acquire essential digital skills for the modern global economy, I launched the 1 Million Coders program in March 2025. This initiative aimed to train 1 million Ghanaians in key data areas, including data analytics, data protection, cybersecurity, the metaverse, and artificial intelligence over 4 years. Phase 1 of the program, that is the pilot phase, saw hundreds of trainees complete their training programs in person across 4 training centers that were established in Accra, Kumasi, Sunyani, and Bolgatanga. Mr. Speaker, phase 2, which will include virtual sessions, is set to commence this year, with expanded training centers and an increased number of beneficiaries. We project that 400,000 young Ghanaians will be trained this year, and this will build up to the numbers approaching 1 million. Mr. Speaker, the fight against corruption has remained a defining priority of my government and represents a central pillar of our commitment to good governance and accountability and the prudent management of public resources. Mr. Speaker, we've made progress through strengthened collaboration among law enforcement agencies, financial intelligence institutions, and prosecutors. These efforts have led to initiation of criminal proceedings and asset forfeiture proceedings against some individuals and entities implicated in financial crimes against the state. But yes, I agree with the sentiments of Ghanaians that we must press harder on this accelerator. As of December 2025, IOCO has recovered more than 600 million Ghana cedis. The office has investigated 462 cases, with 15 currently under prosecution. It has dismantled transnational carjacking syndicates and has recovered 29 luxury vehicles that were stolen. Mr. Speaker, the government remains resolute that corruption will not be tolerated, regardless of status or political affiliation. The Attorney General's office will continue to use both criminal prosecution and non-conviction-based assets recovery mechanisms to ensure that stolen public resources are returned for national development. Mr. Speaker, I understand that a large majority of Ghanaians are impatient to see those who abuse their public trust in office held to account. Mr. Speaker, there were periods when, under military regimes and unconstitutional governments, extrajudicial means could be used to exact retribution against persons perceived as corrupt or who had abused the mandate given to them by the people. Mr. Speaker, this may have appeared as swift justice, but many regrettable excesses were recorded. In 1992, we overwhelmingly adopted the 1992 Constitution. to accept governance by the rule of law. On 7th January, when I swore the oath of office before the people of Ghana, I swore to uphold the 1992 Constitution. I may be as impatient as everyone else to see justice done, but painstaking investigations must be conducted, dockets must be prepared, charges must be filed, and the accused must have their day in court, including appealing even on the smallest point of law to higher courts. This process is necessary to protect us all against abuse or ill treatment of citizens, and to ensure that only those guilty of offenses against the state are punished. As President Mills of blessed memory said, he said, and I quote, "The wheels of justice grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine." Mr. Speaker, let me reassert my determination to uphold the accountability of public office holders to the people of Ghana. We have laid the Public Officers Code of Conduct Bill before Parliament. This bill codifies the conduct of public officers and makes breaches thereof punishable. I wish at this juncture to thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for establishing additional specialized high courts to address breaches identified in the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution review process was conducted in a transparent and consultative manner, drawing on input from constitutional experts, civil society organizations, traditional authorities, religious leaders, political parties, and the general public. The review committee has submitted its comprehensive report containing detailed proposals to amend the Constitution to address identified weaknesses and make it more welfare enhancing. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General's office is working closely with relevant stakeholders to translate the recommendations into implementable legal and constitutional proposals, which will be presented to this August House in accordance with constitutional procedures. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining continues to pose a grave threat to our environment, water bodies, public health, and national security. Mr. Speaker, prosecution of persons engaged in illegal mining has been intensified, with a renewed focus on dismantling organized criminal networks behind galamsey operations, rather than targeting only the little fish, low-level offenders. Mr. Speaker, in all these galamsey operations, there are big fish who never get caught. Mr. Speaker, in total, over 114 case dockets involving hundreds of accused persons are pending in various courts across the country, particularly in towns and villages that are prone to illegal mining. Specialized prosecutorial teams have been deployed to fast-track illegal mining cases, ensure the effective presentation of evidence, and pursue the confiscation and forfeiture of equipment and proceeds used in or derived from illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to gender and social protection, my government will continue to ensure gender equality and equity, promote the welfare and protection of children's rights, and empower the vulnerable, the aged, and persons with disability for sustainable national development. Work is well advanced on the Women's Development Bank, for which a total of 401 million Ghana cedis has been allocated in the 2026 budget. The coming months will see a full rollout of this monumental policy to empower Ghanaian women and women-owned businesses economically and financially. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection has successfully honored all legacy leave payment cycles for 2025 and before, reaching 1.5 million people. It has also ensured the full implementation of the Ghana School Feeding Program in over 12,000 public schools across all 261 districts of this country. Mr. Speaker, the number of beneficiary peoples under the school feeding program has increased from 3,801,000 491 for the 2023-2024 academic year to 4,231,059 for the 2024-25 academic year. This program is providing gainful employment to 34,000 caterers and cooks nationwide. Mr. Speaker, in the security sector, Ghana faces evolving security threats. Our troops, services and agencies have, however, remained firmly committed to strengthening national peace and security, which underpin our democracy, development and social cohesion. This commitment encompasses internal security operations, international peace support missions, strategic investment in restructuring and retooling and improvement in troops' welfare, recruitment and capacity development. Mr. Speaker, two recent incidents are evidence of the increasing dangers we face as a nation. The killing of 8 of our compatriots who had gone to a neighboring country to purchase tomatoes, and just yesterday an attack on Ghanaian fishermen in our waters by pirates reinforced the need for us to retool and adequately equip our security services. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Ghana Armed Forces for conducting a successful medical evacuation of our injured compatriots from Burkina Faso. I also commend the Ghana Navy and the Ghana Air Force, the National Security Council Secretariat, the Chief of Staff's Operations Team, the MP for Ewutu Senya, the Chief Fisherman and people of Senya Breku for the combined effort that successfully rescued all the stranded 71 fishermen who had been attacked by pirates. I've asked the National Security Coordinator to assist the affected fishermen and replace the stolen outboard motors and fishing gear. Mr. Speaker, the Armed Forces continues to play a key role in containing illegal small-scale mining through the deployment of river guards and support for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat and assistance to special courts for swift prosecution of offenders. Mr. Speaker, during the year, the Ghana Armed Forces had 2,119 troops with requisite equipment deployed in various peacekeeping missions, reinforcing Ghana's reputation as a dependable and professional contributor to international peacekeeping operations. While Ghana continues to maintain an enviable reputation in international peacekeeping, we must note that many of these peacekeeping theaters where we have operated are winding down due to reduced budgets for UN peace support operations. And so as our troops return home, we must create opportunities for them to train, to remain active and stay engaged. Mr. Speaker, beyond peacekeeping operations, Ghana continues to demonstrate its strong commitment to international solidarity, humanitarian assistance, and South-South cooperation. In December 2025, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Defense, deployed 54 personnel from our 14 Engineers Brigade to Jamaica to support that country with national reconstruction efforts following the devastation that was caused by Hurricane Melissa, which claimed over 40 lives. In recognition of the scale of the recovery effort and the good work our soldiers were doing in reconstructing the houses in Jamaica, government approved a request from the government of Jamaica asking us to extend the mandate of our soldiers there for another 90 days, which we approved. Mr. Speaker, to further improve operational readiness, the government will continue to invest in vital defense infrastructure and retooling. The construction of a forward operating base at Ezen Libo, situated along the Western Maritime Corridor, is ongoing. This facility aims to boost maritime surveillance and better protect offshore oil and gas installations. The Northern Border Security Project, initiated to counter terrorism and transnational crime, is advancing decisively. This project constitutes the first line of defense against any infiltration and extremist threats coming from the Sahel, and it would significantly strengthen the surveillance of our northern border. Plans are well advanced to establish 2 new military barracks in Ejumako in the central region and in Dambai in the Oti region to address emerging security concerns and strengthen the presence of the state in these areas. To further support retooling efforts, agreements have been signed to procure and deliver 4 brand new Eurocopter helicopters and 1 jet for the Ghana Air Force, aimed at replacing the aging fleet and modernizing our air capabilities. The Ghana Armed Forces is carrying out a thorough overhaul of previously grounded aircraft, which involves replacing essential components and bringing them back into service. This aims to quickly restore their operational readiness for the Ghana Armed Forces to enhance mobility and boost troop morale. It forms part of a broad way to acquire 2 brand new offshore patrol vessels, armored personnel carriers, protective gear, ammunition, vehicles, and strategic drones and advanced communication systems to enhance the operational capability of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. We will also continue to prioritize human capital development within the armed forces. A progressive recruitment drive to increase the strength of the Ghana Armed Forces by 12,000 personnel over 4 years to support expansion and operational demands is ongoing. In line with the government's reset agenda, the recruitment process has been decentralized to regional capitals, with selected recruits reporting directly from their regions to training schools, marking a significant shift from the previous Accra-centered system. Mr. Speaker, on a very solemn note, I wish to express my condolences to the families of 6 of our young daughters who died during the stampede at the Elwak Stadium. May their memory be blessed and may they rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, following the revised gratuity regime that was introduced in 2020 under the stewardship of Honorable Nitu, extending service by 5 years, under Constitutional Instrument 129, arrears have accumulated. Nitu is my friend, don't worry. Arrears have accumulated, Mr. Speaker, because no budgetary provision was made over the 4 years that followed. When we all leave politics, I and Nitu are going to the same place in the north. You go to Winneba. Don't worry, we are brothers. Mr. Speaker, this has resulted in over 1 billion Ghana cedis owed to approximately 3,000 personnel across all the different ranks. As part of our commitment to fairness and the resolution of long-standing legacy issues, the government will soon commence payments of gratuity arrears under CI 129. Honorable by the current military high command with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Defense, a structured implementation plan has been agreed upon. This will bring closure to the issue that has been outstanding since 2020, and it will ensure that affected personnel receive their rightful entitlements. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Police Service has also received 40 armored vehicles and 100 pickup trucks to enhance their operations. Other security agencies such as the Fire, Prisons, Immigration, BNI, and Narcotics Control Commission will also be retooled to enhance their efficiency. Mr. Speaker, let me take this moment to commend the IGP and his men for the recent major successes they are chalking in bringing dangerous criminals to justice. The trust of the Ghanaian people in their police service is rising again, and I urge you to keep up the standard. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's foreign policy remains a central instrument for advancing our national development, for safeguarding our sovereignty, and projecting our values on the global stage. At a time when the global environment is characterized by profound geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainty, climate-related challenges, and evolving security concerns within our sub-region, government has taken deliberate steps to ensure that Ghana's engagement with the world is purposeful, strategic, and responsive to the needs of our people. In this regard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has stepped up efforts to align Ghana's external relations with our domestic development priorities. Mr. Speaker, In West Africa, Ghana continues to pursue a policy of good neighborliness, solidarity, and constructive cooperation with all countries in the sub-region. We remain firmly committed to the vision of a peaceful, stable, prosperous, and integrated West Africa, grounded in mutual respect, dialogue, and collective responsibility. Particularly following their withdrawal from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Ghana believes that continued dialogue and cooperation are indispensable to regional stability and that disengagement only deepens our collective vulnerabilities. At the continental level, Ghana continues to play an active, principled, and forward-looking role in advancing the African Union's strategic priorities. Today, Ghana currently holds the following prestigious positions. We are AU champions on reparations. We are AU champions for African financial institutions. And Ghana is also the AU champion for gender equality and women's empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled by my election as the first vice chairperson of the African Union at the 39th ordinary session. At the 39th ordinary session of the AU Assemblies of Heads of State and Government held recently in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, it is also gratifying to note that my colleague leaders in West Africa have declared me, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. They have declared me unopposed by the grace of God, sole candidate for the position of chairperson of the African Union when the rotating chairmanship returns to West Africa in 2027. Mr. Speaker, during the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I raised Ghana's voice to call for a comprehensive reset of the United Nations to better reflect the current realities and particularly the role of Africa in global governance and fairness in international financial systems. In line with our multilateral commitments, Ghana announced plans to table a United Nations resolution that recognizes the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity, and promoting an agenda of acknowledgement, reparative justice, and cultural restitution. Mr. Speaker, I'll formally present this resolution, which has been endorsed and adopted by the African Union unanimously, to the UN in March of this year for consideration by the UN General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, passports have never been easier to acquire than under this regime. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has established 7 new passport application centers in Upper East, Oti, Ahafo regions, Bono East, Northeast, my own region, Savannah, and the Western North region. Mr. Speaker, with this expansion, all 16 regional capitals now host passport application centers, marking a major milestone in the decentralization of passport services. Mr. Speaker, to address systemic delays, the ministry implemented a 24-hour passport production operation at the head office. This enabled the clearance of an inherited backlog of over 40,000 passport applications. As a result of these reforms, Ghana's passport administration now operates with 0 backlog. guaranteeing passport delivery within 15 working days. If you like, try it. Apply for a new passport. Within 15 days, you will receive your passport. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate travel and boost tourism and ease business mobility, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs implemented a 5-day visa processing service across. Currently, significant progress has been made in the design and procurement phase of a national e-visa platform with a targeted rollout plan for 2026. This means if you apply for visa, you apply online and the visa is approved online. You don't need to go to the Ghana embassy to apply. Ghana has also secured new visa waiver agreements with 11 countries to facilitate people-to-people exchange. It means for those 11 countries, Ghanaians don't need passports to go there. You just jump on the plane and appear there, and they will allow you in. Mr. Speaker, to highlight Ghana's ongoing commitments to international solidarity, we made humanitarian donations to Jamaica, Cuba, Sudan, and Palestine to support disaster relief and conflict-related crises. These donations amounted to millions of cedis and included food, medicine, clothing, cocoa products, blankets, and mattresses, and plastic buckets. I'm pleased to, Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that remittances from our relatives abroad, the Ghanaian diaspora, reached a historic high of $7.8 billion in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest annual inflow ever recorded in Ghana's history. This reflects not only confidence in the Ghanaian economy, but the enduring patriotism of our citizens living and working abroad. Mr. Speaker, these remittances they bring back home support households, they finance education, they build homes, they provide seed money for businesses, and best of all, they stabilize our foreign exchange position. In many respects, our diaspora has become one of the country's most reliable development partners. Without contracts, conditionalities, or fanfare, they are easily one of our most reliable development partners. We must intentionally ensure that citizenship, rather than place of residence, determines one's right to serve the Ghanaian Republic. Ghanaians worldwide who pledge allegiance to this country of theirs and make substantial contributions to its development should not be barred from active participation in public affairs, including the opportunity to hold public office, provided there are appropriate measures to ensure loyalty and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I'm personally in support of the bipartisan bill currently before this House, seeking to address this matter. And it is my hope that it will be passed expeditiously so that our compatriots we're trying to achieve. We're implementing many policies to develop our youth capacity and to create as many jobs as possible to address the major unemployment problem. All our youth activities and job creation programs are ongoing. In 2025, 10,887 young people were trained in entrepreneurship programs and job creation under the Ejumawura program. In 2026, an additional 10,000 young people will receive similar support under the program. The National Apprenticeship Program onboarded 14,000 young apprentices during the pilot phase, and they have started receiving their start-up kits after passing out successfully. Training is ongoing across the regions, and when completed, the trainees will be certified by the Commission for TVET to facilitate their access to employment. Mr. Speaker, this year the target for the National Apprenticeship Program has been increased from 10,000 to 100,000 young people, offering many more young people the opportunity to acquire the skills needed for sustainable development. And as I said, when they pass out, they are giving a certificate by TVET to show that they have passed out and have the skill in whatever they learned. In 2025, 86,000 young people were engaged through the Youth Employment Agency, various employment modules under this agency. This year, I've directed the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment as a matter of urgency to review all the youth employment modules under the YEA to reduce duplication and ensure value for money. This is important so that we can channel the resources to the advantage of the teeming youth who are waiting for opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the National Service Authority has signed an MOU with the Ministry of Defense to commence military training for 10,000 national personnel will receive call-ups to report at various military centers for training. Mr. Speaker, this was a program initiated by our late Minister for Defense of Blessed benefit of the personnel Ghana's trade and agribusiness and industrial sectors to boost our competitiveness in export markets, encourage value addition, and generate employment for Ghana's large youth population. My recent visits with initiate expansion works on factories has convinced me that Ghana is on the right track First step, we are collaborating with private sector to establish 3 new garment factories in Eastern Region, Central Region, and Bono East Region. This will create an estimated 27,000 strategic investors a 27.04% growth in 2025. Export sector. Of the overall 33.8% of industry's share of gross domestic product in 2025. It emerged as a leading contributor within the industrial sector. The sector generated export earnings of approximately 15.25 billion, accounting for 65.37% of Ghana's total export receipts, out of a total of 23.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, the abolition of value-added tax on mineral exploration activities is expected to significantly reduce upfront costs for investors, improve project economics, and stimulate increased greenfield and brownfield explorations across the country. The fight against galamsey remains complex and demands a multi-dimensional response that integrates strong enforcement, the application of technology, sound regulation, and active community participation. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, in collaboration with the Ministry of Transport and Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance, has registered 1,808 pieces of earth-moving equipment at the ports, of which 1,033 have been fitted with tractors and are being tracked. The protection of our water bodies and forest reserves is ongoing with the deployment of 1,634 blue water guards across Western North, Savannah, Upper West, Bono, Eastern, Ashanti, Central, Volta, and Northern regions. This nationwide deployment aims to strengthen surveillance, improve rapid response, and enhance on-the-ground enforcement against illegal mining activities that threaten critical water bodies, forest ecosystems, and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, NIMOS will maintain regular coordinated operations across all 21 identified hotspots to prevent re-entry of illegal miners into these reserves. While temporary deployments yielded positive results, they proved insufficient for sustained enforcement. Mr. Speaker, in the works housing and water subsector, these are vital pillars of Ghana's national development, shaping sustainable livelihoods through reliable water supply and affordable housing that enhance citizens' well-being. Sea defense works are ongoing. We've successfully completed works at Komenda, Ningo Pram, and Elmina. Together, these three projects have protected approximately 15 kilometers of our coastline and safeguarded lives and livelihoods and property. In March 2025, I visited Solakope, Agaveji, and Amutinu in the Ketu South municipality, where tidal waves had displaced thousands of residents. We made a firm commitment to address the devastation. Mr. Speaker, through contract, and in August last year, I officially cut short to commence the project. I'm pleased to inform this House that the project is currently 25% complete, and calm has already been restored along the coastline. Notwithstanding these actions, flooding remains a major infrastructural challenge in the country and a top priority for this government. A task force on flooding is in place and coordinating the national mitigation efforts against flooding. Ghana continues to grapple with housing deficit, currently estimated at over 1.8 million units. Some significant strides have been made in the housing sector. In line with government's earlier commitments to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, we have successfully concluded the joint venture arrangement which we inherited for the completion of the Saglemi housing project. The Attorney General is reviewing all related documentation to finalize and commence the project. When these projects are finished, it will increase the number of housing stock available. The TDC in Ghana is also steadily advancing work on 800 housing units under the Akpung Affordable Housing Project at Tema Community 26. To position TDC Ghana as a key player in Ghana's housing industry, I performed a sword cutting ceremony last year for what they call the Oxygen City Housing Project in Whole of all places. That project seeks to address Ghana's housing deficit by developing 1,000 affordable housing units. We've also continued with our resettlement housing efforts for the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage, with 251 of the planned 1,010 housing units in critical housing zones already under construction. Collectively, these initiatives demonstrate government's continued resolve to expand access to affordable housing, strengthen urban planning, and provide relief to affected communities. Mr. Speaker, renewable water resources are estimated at about 54 billion cubic meters, with over 70% derived from the Volta River, which is shared among 6 riparian nations. We're implementing key interventions to expand and improve water services nationwide. So the following urban water supply projects are at various stages of completion. The Keta Waterworks, the Winchi Water Supply Project, Sakandita Krade Water Supply Project. And I'm happy to announce that Anyako has good, clean drinking water today, and the Community Water and Sanitation Agency will commission the project next week. It will also serve the island community of Seva. We will begin preparatory work on the Damango and Sunyani water supply expansion projects and seek to finalize all financing arrangements for other water supply projects in Tamale, Yendi, Techiman, and Takwa. Mr. Speaker, the Danish government has allocated grant support to improve water supply services in low-income and high-density areas in Wa and Bolgatanga, aiming to address water challenges and provide relief to vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, the following rural water supply projects are ongoing: Asankregwa, Sehuyoso, Duadaso, Kwemandamfa, Goso, Dwabing, Aveime, and Edumbamso. To To strictly follow the resetting agenda and secure sufficient funding, the Ministry of Finance has allocated 6.3 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund. This amount covers 4 quarters of the 2025 fiscal year, and it has been allocated to all 261 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to execute their activities outlined in the medium-term development plans and annual action plans. Mr. Speaker, out of the amount released, a total of 4.3 billion has been dispersed to all MMDAs. The 4th quarter installment is being processed and will be disbursed soon. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House will agree with me. All members of this House will agree with me that the flow of resources to the district assemblies is unprecedented. All your assemblies are receiving more money than they've ever received in several years. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of government's commitment to strengthen local governance and decentralization, the ministry has, for the first time in the history of local governance, disbursed a total of 100 million Ghana cedis in monthly allowances to all assembly members. Unprecedented, assembly members have received their allowances. The Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has also finalized designs for the new 24-hour economy modern markets to be constructed in all metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, procurement processes are far advanced to commence the construction of these markets. And very soon, in all your districts, honorable members, you will have a 24-hour market operational. Mr. Speaker, our tourism and creative arts sector has a lot to offer. Creatives using the new media are giving our nation greater prominence than we could have achieved through any first-class traditional media outlet. Our economy will not be built only by traditional sectors, but also by human creativity sectors that will absorb those people who will be displaced from the shop floor by the new AI technologies that are being rolled out. Ghana has become a favorite tourist destination because of our history, culture, our arts, our music, our fashion, and our food. Government has allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the film sector alone. This is going to the film sector to support Kumawood and Gollywood and all the woods. Mr. Speaker, another 20 million cedis has been given for the other creative sectors. I believe that this injection of money will bolster our creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the creative industry and the Ministry of Tourism that I'll be your personal ambassador. Mr. Speaker, in line with our new national efforts to bring events and conferences to Ghana, we are going to undertake the refurbishment of the Accra International Conference Center to restore it to its iconic past as the country's national and international events and conference venue. Mr. Speaker, the original contractors of the center, Enego Project Ghana Limited, have conducted a structural integrity assessment at the request of the Office of Chief of Staff and made recommendations for the facilities renovation and refurbishment. They will commence this work in the next few weeks. But Mr. Speaker, the AICC is not enough for a country seeking to develop its creative sector and become West Africa's destination for meetings, conferences, musical concerts, and entertainment. So working with the private sector, work will also commence this year on a befitting convention and creative event center to position Ghana as West Africa's leading hub for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions and creative events. Ghana will also begin this year the renovation of the State Banquet Hall, which has been closed for a couple of years. Mr. Speaker, this year we will strengthen Ghana's standing in the major global and continental sporting events. We will make our 5th FIFA World Cup appearance, And for us, this is an opportunity to boost national branding and the economy beyond just sports. Mr. Speaker, supporters and other people interested in going to support the team would have to submit a visa request to the American Embassy. We are being told that we must ensure that supporters who go return on the visas. It has taken a lot of work to restore Ghana's 5-year non-immigrant visas and take us off the ban list. It is my hope that this event will not send thousands of Ghanaians to America and get us back on the ban list. Mr. Speaker, the Black Queens will compete at the 2026 African Cup of Nations, Women's African Cup of Nations, building on their bronze medal finish in Morocco. At the youth level, Ghana will participate in the 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Dakar with a multidisciplinary team aimed at strengthening long-term elite pathways. We'll also compete at the Commonwealth Games 2026 in Glasgow, reinforcing Ghana's presence across the Commonwealth sporting landscape. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Ghana Journalists Association, I've been deeply concerned about the abuses suffered by journalists at the hands of some of our errant security personnel. I've asked the leadership of the security agencies to take firm action and to reorient their men and women on the need to be accommodating to journalists who are only doing their job of keeping citizens informed. I've also been concerned about the state of our state-owned media, most of which have suffered from historical underfunding and grappling with deteriorating infrastructure and facilities. I recently toured these media houses to learn about their challenges at first hand, and we're currently putting together a revitalization plan to leverage their valuable assets and re-inject life into their operations. The reintroduction of the Media Development Fund is also being reconsidered to support the Ghanaian media. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, during my recent trip to Zambia, we saw what a united Ghana can achieve on the global stage. A simple mislabeling of our culture could have reduced us to a punchline. Instead, we moved with speed and confidence. We corrected the record. We turned what was supposed to be ridicule into reach. We turned confusion into connection. We taught what could have been a negative social media trend into a handshake of friendship with our Zambian brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, for most people, that episode was just a fleeting social media frenzy. Yet it served a greater purpose. It showed a nation that understands its brand equity. It showed citizens aligned around a common identity. It showed a country that knows who we are and refuse to be defined by others. But let us be honest, unity in moments of cultural pride has proved easier than unity in moments of political disagreement. If we can mobilize that same collective resolve for our development agenda, we will see real progress. And that mobilization is possible because we are the descendants of a people who united against political subjugation. We resisted economic exploitation and we fought colonial oppression. Mr. Speaker, our pursuit of national development today demands that same unity of purpose. We must reject misrepresentation and distortion that detract from our collective progress. We must guard our development as firmly as we guard our cultural identity. We must act as one people with one purpose. Mr. Speaker, in public life, there is a simple maxim we're all very familiar with. And it says that the buck stops with the president. Mr. Speaker, I not only agree with this. Every day I hold office of president, I live by that statement that the buck stops with me. The ultimate responsibility for the direction of this nation rests with the office that I hold, and I'll never shirk that duty. But nation building is not merely a question of who provides the strategic direction and who bears the final responsibility. It is a long chain of efforts that carries intent into reality, from policy conception to laws enacted, to resources mobilized, to services delivered, to value created on farms, in workshops, in classrooms, in markets, and in enterprises across our land. Mr. Speaker, it is here that the strength of a people reveals itself. It is in the countless acts of competence, integrity, and industry by citizens of every calling whose work turns national purpose into lived reality. Mr. Speaker, while the bulk may stop with me, the work of nation building goes beyond that. Through the labor, enterprise, and civic spirit of millions of Ghanaians whose daily efforts give policy life. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to carry the weight of final accountability. And I ask in equal measure that our citizens bring their full measure of energy, skills, and patriotism to the common task of advancing our country. That is how nations are built. That is how economies grow. No policy can substitute for civic duty. No program can replace the quiet discipline with which millions of Ghanaians sustain their families, serve their communities, and carry this republic forward each day. Mr. Speaker, we are sometimes tempted to judge our nation only by our failures and our difficulties. But the country is not defined solely by its difficulties. It is defined by the choices its people make in response to those difficulties. Repeatedly through our history, Ghanaians have chosen steadiness over despair, cooperation over division, and purpose over cynicism. That is the deeper strength on which our future rests. We faced testy moments before, and we have overcome them. We've gone periods of economic strain, transitions that have demanded much from our citizens and our public servants alike. And Mr. Speaker, there's an African proverb that says, however long the night is, the dawn will break. Mr. Speaker, the dawn is breaking for Ghana. The moment we are in requires not only endurance but also action. It reminds us that renewal belongs to those who prepare for the morning while others still speak of and look back at the darkness. For Ghana today, that dawn is not a promise we must recite. It is a reality we must build into our institutions, into our economy, and in the ethics of responsibility we pass on to the next generation. So let us live each day mindful that the Republic is larger than any one political party, any office, any individual. This Republic belongs equally to the farmer, the trader, the teacher, the nurse, the artisan, the entrepreneur, the parliamentarian, and the young citizen, and the elderly retired personnel. Mr. Speaker, each of these people has a stake in our nation, and each one has a duty. Each has a claim on the future we're shaping together. Mr. Speaker, nations endure not because they are spared trial, but because their people refuse to surrender to trial. Ghana has been tested before. We did not surrender. We will not surrender now. And so with gratitude for how far we have come and with the resolve for the work ahead, I say, Mr. Speaker, the state of our nation is resilient, the state of our nation is renewing, and our nation is firmly in the hands of its people. Our nation is on the brink of takeoff, and so ladies and gentlemen, passengers, fasten your seatbelts. I thank you for your attention.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, you know we are in this together, and you understand as accomplished parliamentarians that when the speaker is on his feet, every other person please, you don't only resume your seats, but you also keep silent. Honorable members, before I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency the President for the message, permit me to acknowledge some more senior patriots who are with us here today. We have the leader of the People's National Convention in the person of Bernard Mona. We also have the leader of the All People's Congress, APC, in the person of Hassan Abdullahi Ayaraga. And we have my senior brother, the former flag bearer of the Convention People's Party, Ivor Robina Greenstreet, also with us here. Please, you are all warmly welcome. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this message. So His Excellency will hear from us. I know you are ready. Honorable members, we, by our rules, are to sit for 5 hours per sitting. When it's not up to 5 hours, the motion for adjournment has to be moved. And Here we are. We have spent a lot of time, but not yet 5 hours. And so I'll have to call on the leaders starting with the minority leader. And honorable members, in consultation with the leaders, I'm giving each of them 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Please, we hear you for only 5 minutes. Then after that, I put the question for adjournment. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, let me thank you for the opportunity and thank Mr. President for living up to this constitutional obligation. But Mr. Speaker, what the President failed to tell the people of Ghana is that 1 year in government, he's still acting with slogans, no action. Mr. Speaker, electricity tariffs have skyrocketed and Ghanaians cannot afford electricity. We have thousands of Ghanaian youths who are, Mr. Speaker, can they be quiet and listen? Because if they misconduct themselves, we'll do the same thing to their leader. Be quiet. You can't take away my time. If you don't keep quiet and listen to me, your leader cannot speak. If you don't know, I'm telling you. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Ghanaian youths were dismissed through a letter by the Chief of Staff. It's part of the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is a scandal looming. Security services recruitment, TribeNet, we know who brought that company to the ministry. Kama has a way, and we, the minority, will pursue the person and make sure there's full disclosure. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa farmers, they have reduced producer price, and Erikopoku cannot be found. They don't care about cocoa farmers, and they are here telling us inflation, macroeconomics, the ebedi. Macroeconomics, the ebedi. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey continues. Ghanaians continue to suffer under this Galamsey hardship, and we expect concrete action to be taken on Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, our elders say, give credit where credit is due. Mr. President is telling us today that some gains have been made. Those gains through this gold for reserve. Mr. Speaker, the gold for reserve policy, what they have failed to tell Ghanaians is that the Baumia that they attack, Mr. Speaker, the Baumia that they attack, the Baumia that you attack is the brainchild of this policy. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge the government, give to Baumia what belongs to Baumia. Mr. Speaker, we are happy they are showing a picture trying to embarrass the former finance minister. We've seen, but very soon, let me assure you that somebody, a senior appointee who is in charge of this TribeNet, would go to jail. So the one behind TribeNet, the one who introduced TribeNet to the ministry, who is chopping money. Mr. Speaker, we are happy you are showing. Very soon we'll bring a picture. Then you will see the one in charge of TribeNet duping innocent Ghanaians, duping their unemployed youths. There are many youth who are looking for jobs, and this TribeNet, with the connivance of an appointee of government, she will be exposed. So you continue with Kenoforiata. Soon and very soon it will be your turn. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that this side of the house, we are ready today to debate on this Sona. And by Monday, the true Sona will be revealed by the minority. By Monday, we, the minority, will present to the people of Ghana the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, that said, let me thank you for the opportunity, and I wish Mr. President well. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, let's now listen to the majority leader. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues in this house, we want to thank His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for his excellent leadership.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, please. Members, please. We are not at a rally ground. Please. You must know that this house has the power to terminate, yes, by law, the membership of a member of parliament. Please. This this is just a reminder to all of you. Again, this is a reminder to all of you. Majority Leader, you may continue.
I want to thank His Excellency, the President John Dramani Mahama, for his leadership. Ghanaians are very grateful to you. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the Ghana you inherited and the Ghana you speak of today is like day and night. The Ghana you inherited is as dark as the dark dresses that they are wearing on the other side. And the Ghana you speak of today is clearly as bright as the white dresses that we are wearing on this side. Mr. Speaker, clearly everything that you have said here is true. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Afenyo Makin will attest to that. He will attest to the fact that the big push is pushing through Winneba steadily. And he's getting premix. Mr. Speaker, it seems today is about cocoa prices. I can understand. Mr. Speaker, let me read Reuters today. Reuters has confirmed Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram for the mid-crop starting March 1st. The main crop price was 2,800 CFA francs per kilogram. When converted to Ghana cedis, this is about 980 to 1,225 Ghana cedis per 64 kilogram bag. Mr. Speaker, Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram from the mid-crop starting March 1st. The main crop price was 2,800 CFA francs per kilogram. When converted to Ghana cedis, this is about 980 to 1,225 per 64 kilogram bag. In Ghana, farmers are paid 2,587 per 64 kilogram bag, which is more than twice the price in Ivory Coast. This is confirmed this morning by Reuters. Mr. Speaker, I see written on the muffler of my friends in black that MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. Mobo Dodo MPP. Yaye Mobo Dodo MPP. Mr. Speaker, this is a month of Ramadan, and Your Excellency, all Muslims in Ghana will pray for Allah's blessings on you. For your sterling leadership leadership that has been recognized by the entire West Africa. That is why they unanimously elected you unopposed to lead in Africa. Ghanaians are proud of you. This Ramadan, many of our people could afford sugar and rice because the prices have come down. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader,
let me conclude.
Your 5 minutes is up.
Let me conclude by seconding the motion. The motion moved. My friends,
Honorable Majority Leader, you will now move the motion for adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourns until Tuesday in the forenoon. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, much as we are willing to work, the majority is unwilling to work. So, Mr. Speaker, I will reluctantly second the motion to grant the pleasure of the majority leader who wants to go and rest. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. And the question is, as many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, clearly the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 3rd March 2026 at 2 p.m. The House is adjourned.
Masa, what about the cocoa factory? Are we on? Yes. I'm ready to go.
okay, at this level, is it good? Or you want me to increase it, or you want me to reduce it? The President of the Republic of Ghana just delivered a message on the state of the nation. This is in accordance with the provisions of Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution, and you're still
Right, Abusiafo Efrano Pani Ebomamani say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama at the State of the Nation address na in about 2 hours. And Ujina Tintin Edin and Komo Echirimu said the Oman Ghana or Befano said the knee why no any baby our day airco. Nti Oboyamane country and say Yoku Abom Homodian Crofwa Ekofaka Freeman on it. At the ball, my gun and be used to say Ghana is a cafwa, wabri mujeni aye jumano. Womwache, I Marco 29. As our cast Nina no omohe, say Yadebeko baby a free buy. Mampenise and yadia ortnan a tosokra. Katasishe and a proye, obey a juma, amo my Ghana, a fan and tomapa efra. Oka say, na Mampeni a boy a man, yes, say yet. Attorney General say honso womo eye adwuma omo the criminal prosecution and non-conventional based asset recovery. Did you all can say the ese adu nko gina court no one do ombekwa akogina court ne womo ni di nkoma obeje atum na sika ese so ode breyen so oman ode bebreye nso eno womo beye ho adwuma saa mampani aboya mane ese enei oman Ghana se ye nyina ye tu kwan akoba bia we mushayan ke betimi atremu ane friend Ghana Airways ene ebi ni ho no o say womo at the national airline airba afino enko na wiye no na Ghana awie mushan no so ennam ewie mu a ede Ghana fo ekọ ba bia wo pese womo kọ man ya ne ho aba asemi ya nra ne nnei enye mampani so na ya nko no na ne nam eho paso no mampani se uduru adenta na opese uko renew license ana uko DVL koye adwuma bia uduru adenta won abia so ye ewo ho a wo mo ye adwuma 24 hours we eka nkomo no a His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ediye ebra oba mrahye bedwam na oka Ghana tebia ewom ye wa santima ntemu mampani se de tie bia obeye yen hospital na ewo sawia no amayen nti se wo sawia na oka yen ho asantema ntemu a hospital na mampani se obeye amayen mampani aboya mane se food inflation no ewo 4.9% nti na jeze eyara oka ne nkomoni mu ano osan eboya mane se ebra nkrofo ekodi bro nya wieye eba won abre won a wage won ho a enye no won so eda won pam no wo bre won ho no o se oman Ghana won mo boae ema yetua $709 million a euro bond ka na yede se oman enche yebe komrahye bedwam na yenua nana kwakubofa ama yehu sene mrahye bedwam so members of parliament nkomo a His Excellency John Dramani Mahama diye no sen na wafa no mampani se enei oman Ghana ebra na nkrofo $1 no ede ne to homa o break chain edwane no womo de omo baaye no omo anche $1 na nto ho omo ma sidi no enya ahoɔden gyina ne nan so a enei ne nsa eda $1 no ekumu a one no na enam mampani John Dramani Mahama ese Ghana ene ojinane nan so a wa hye ase a oye adwuma nti se opese one Ghana be di dwa Ghana e ready so be di dwa tibra na ene Ghana emedi dwa ne ekoso mra hye bedwa mu a wo minority edi koko e kire eye ni kasem Ghana for dodo no atitiri ye mofre wo GHS ene basic school no omo nyaade a koko omo ahu bi da nti enne die ebeboa ma omo nso ahu Ghana koko se de ete akase ebebo no omo ahu ne ewom yenkwa na afi nana kwaku bofa ema yehu nia ekoso ewo mrahye bedwam nana kwaku bofa. Hello.
Yeah, the talk.
Yo,
the talk was
my among common, then I cost one Russia bedroom say.
Well, Saturday, your man, John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic, and the Commander in Chief of Ghana Armed Forces, was the presentation of the State of the Nation at the American. Now, send your wow, so check your book. I work in a case, you know. On the list of the Ghana to the represent members of Parliament for the Casa. Now, most of the reactions, you know, at the actual draft. Now, I mean, the member of Parliament for Kakala Central, Honorable Isaac Adongo, chairman of the Finance Committee. Getting a Kasana. Getting to move on the on minor finance.
I heard my colleague, the minority, say that would be
the Honorable Adongo Ebedin Komo Efri Emrashe Bedroom.
The one prices are dropping, you put that together, and then those that are increasing to that, the only way inflation is macro economic. Think just in it is the one that he bought the company, which is now low. So, we say that when we talk about GDP, it is the individual incomes are one. It is that one you get for macro. Want to understand that micro is what makes up now. So that we don't keep reacting. But then the argument is that yes, we have seen the improvement in all the countries indicators. We have seen what do you call it, a decline in inflation, a steady shift against the dollar and some international currencies carrying it. But the concern of the ordinary Ghanaian down there is that it's not all about settling down. But when you're marking is saying that we don't need this way, I think we just like no. So if we are buying the I think we use a little. And you now go and buy that savings of about 5 you give it to me. It's more complicated. So when people say that settling down, I don't know, they want us to line it up on the street and share to show that inflation has been recorded. If you are buying me, and the problem is like and you go and have member of Parliament for Okoro constituency, Yannick Kasa. Bravo. So far, Cocoa sector, no. What came and paying was the air thing, say, no, take that, you know. But I think it's that, you know. Sababua, I'm a good worker for them. Actually, and that's where we are. I don't a Dama to the perform, and a master perform. What did they say?
All right. Yasan aba studio. Yenhwe na yeni nkomo mmisa minuanom se sen no nso hu mampani nkomo no se de anopei ode ebre maestro. His Excellency edine nkomo no awi bibi kakra na yenhwe de anwumre prime time no edebebre
His Excellency edine nkomo no awi na de na me expect no at least wetimi edi hu nkomo edi atre Ghana for. Especially, I was thinking about the education sector, because when you check about education, now me know about the school feeding program. I'm a catcher say done in TN that expenditure budget na I was say in Quran did no me government person reduce it. And no so emergency meeting so Jubilee House and all sorts of that. It has been increasing. So therefore, they should think say lunch time no then he also made a bold statement about how he will be able to facilitate some construction of blocks, especially the northern sector the southern sector offer remote areas now we are tables, chairs or multimedia issue. So right now what we are hearing from the president, they say he will facilitate for that particular bill and also capitation grant. So therefore, BEC, WASI and all sort of that, they are not going to have any problem in spite of that offer. Oko health sector, one of the critical look air trend air kosono was the no-birth syndrome. And the no-birth syndrome was all about choir. Hospitals, emergency, omunya bed, and I say empaso enda. Empanos no munyanda no. The nurses over there do not attend to these patients, and they will now eat in the frame. Now, we didn't come about Charles Amisa. Come of our so-called hospital, when your bed, and that's why what me assuring them quite was near Manaso. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama address offer. What you come say what pledge? Say no birth syndrome now also currently in our health sectors. No, with me share. Na wotimia and that thing no ediama on my Ghana, and also in the health sector of Wedin Kumaka said he has been able to complete Seria Hospital, Afari Hospital. So meaning say when it comes to projects in Ashanti region, he will be able to do that. Offer another big push initiative. Wedin Kumo said the Accra Kumasi 6 lanes road no, he will construct it and make sure say no subitini aye juma ediama in terms of transportation and all sorts of that. Offer also. He was also saying, vehicles. We make sure vehicles, beboa, or the basic community cities, snebe beboa, ama transportation fares and the boy ayedin, drivers nadi omu bosho mubotono mutra, ediama timemufono. Wase wa pledge say or the vehicles and other things beba into the towns and then right or the bar government now can initiate the fare of that particular vehicle and then it can easily accommodate a lot of things. Offer electricity. Or say electricity not first no 89.5% in our country. And then it means electricity in your various villages, in your various homes. But or person will increase it by the year 2030. No, they are called 99.8. Snebeya Ghana finance baby at least just 2% of it and on bit maka say omunya light and as enyinam kanea ewo ho no opese Ghana man mu no baby in kanea no echo and also when you come na mfa how rapid amount forecast electricity ne bo no ayed ni when you come na mfa but then or pledge say new meters so underway I no so betimi aboa na ama omo so enya meters papa ni being used no omo so betimi enye bi. So I think say some of the things now odi hu komo no good. He was saying about 1 million job creation and permitting komo catch so share from 14.21% from 2024 up to 2025 13.1%. Abwa ama unemployment rate eswatena. You could clearly see so 1% eswatena. It is reflecting in the Sona say ohwe obaye no enyuma wetime bi in our country 1 million jobs were created the amount unemployed people. So currently the poor money adwuma and 1 million people or the adwuma e the amount 24-hour economy so di hunko
Kashi
KOJO sa job creation ya maestro e di wie e na me so me de e hyase wo hwe se de mampani aka no say according to Ghana Statistical Service won konta won mabu e de abekere no se Ghana enipa beye opepe baako na enya adwuma aye de ema etwetwema so kakra ene se wonim se ade yi koso nyina ye sign nam social media platforms ahodo so and Ghanaians na nkasa are asking say where are the jobs 1 million no ye ka ho bi anase eye Ghanaians ben entinanka se Ghana Statistical Service for nkonta wo mu budi koto mampani anim no mutimi e breaking it down e bia sector semesi sector obentene enipa se ne fa wo mu e bia under health under education under aha na fe ye hunu se ba bia nipa se yi na etimi ekọ na wo kan nyina bom sa bekasa 1 million Ghanaians na Ghana for na nkasa mampani se why ade ama wo mu no are still asking se enyuma ne wo he dia na eno so dachi esese ye scrutinize na ye hwe babia sa 1 million jobs no efri eba ya Ghana Statistical Service for etimi ebo ho amane sa kire mampani no afei yenko education ne mampani se oba abesi 200 new primary school blocks and new junior high school blocks so 200 nationwide in 2026 ehono na minim se won start na ni nyina timi a complete 2026 ya na se won sha ase every 2026 na akosi ebrebi completion na sam na making because mampani John Dramani Mahama ya the first coming no na won start say won AC senior high school blocks ewo omaimu dodo a won kan ye no wọ́n yẹ bidie na nso so ewi ase no na ebinum kra aka enwura mu enti mehu ni se mampani ani ku enwomasua ho ya wo ba bia wo try say education infrastructure no wo be ye na famu die but omo kanu bebre say no a ya na sen na feasibility no e feasible ana wo mo betumi aye in 2026 na wo kan ye no say won mu si aha 200 just 400 enye easy sao so benya asase no kra na wo be start sa wo pe contractors e de adwuma na hye wo monsa no e de enhyehyeye na wo maye afa ho ahunu ne say by the end of 2026 na wo matimi aye sa enwuma no awie na eno so nkonkoye se de ne first coming wo mo start community day SHS a edru baabi na ebimo aka nwura mu no na ebinum so bisa say mampani si schools yi teachers so wo fie ayemfa wo madwuma enei enkwada esua de wo school ma na so moko school a teachers dodo a esese wo mutimi kire nkwala na de na bi ni ho because aban emfa teacher for training colleges ni pa bebre wie a wo mutifie enti teacher for sum ebisa mampani se wo si school adan ni nyina wie a teacher for ben ena ekwohye sa school dan no mu na wo makokire enkwada de minim se all kasafa education hono ka bibi se ebia afi aban ebefa a teacher for backlog na wa kire no dawson afi so ebi mu bawie next year ebi mu bawie enti enkosi da ben na teacher for be si abontene so aye oye kire na nsen wo ma ye picket na hodo bebre ye mfa wo ma dwuma ye dan na esi adan because se wo si dan ni wie na akwada no ekotena mu a teacher ni na be kire na de enti ebesere mampani say in as much as na ni ku education ho na wo boa with infrastructure no won share say human resource no so obeye ho adwuma because akwada na ntimi nkotena classroom nsia de without the teacher na wo mo maka akire no so won fa wo adwuma kakra emaya fe wasre health say doctors no a wo mo ya ye tintintinti say ye post wo mo a wo mo nko no we de wade to so na kwablamenta akando ani ajepa na wo suniti se president akana sem amano ampani asre se underserved communities no ya Ghana fo no ene etete ho enti doctor fo no enko na wo nso eho no na me hye se mampani epa won ma cha se won kono nipa no koduru a wokoda he na didie mu te sen na ne welfare ebeye na wo se wo nso ebeye wo mafam die bia wo betumi ahye se doctor no a wode wo ko underserved community na wo hu ko kirew na wo nso ubetimi anya wo basic amenities ebeboa ama wasetena mu aye enkoso enti it's a step in the right direction aye say going forward no enye just a rhetoric na wo mu ebetu ho anamoni ahye na health sector na fa ntuma pefra new meters eba dada e wo ho a ekum ye no eno ya nka ho asem ye den ye firi ho ana eye fault a empanimfo betutu no omode foforo bi aba sha nan ama yisembo to a say ama Ghana fo ani abre no yetimi asolve ana asesen wase new meters eba nti ye no so suicide body ho no ebe kwa akofa
abusafo no mienu abo anope be bia edum beba bedu no me kana anope fisi e hyase anopa na no mienu abo yenuanom a one day agudie hu nsem no eba no eboaboa won